Hi friends, good morning and welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. And I'm your host Ankit Khanelwal, joining you from Delhi, India. We have Nick Palaveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Welcome, Nick, and good morning to all. And it's all about economics.
Yes, well, yeah, welcome to the Business Economics Show. We got a lot of great guests today.
And
I
we have
like our new intro.
from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, good morning. It's been a crazy morning this morning. How are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Good evening, Ankit. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. And let's bring in some of our panelists from all over the world. Let's add in Willie Hill from Australia. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
How you doing? Okay, we don't want you to be all by yourself over in Melbourne, so we're going to go to Sydney, Australia, and bring in Shaquille Latmer. Shaquille, good day, mate. You got to say good day, mate, to them. This way they feel more at home. So we have two people from Australia, one from India, and then let's see where else we got. Oh, well, he's not on board yet. Oh, wait. I found a communist. Just a minute. Oh, there he is. Just a minute. Oh, there he is, Jim Eade. Yes, from the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley. Good morning, Jim. It's good morning to you, and I guess it's good morning to Willie, but it's like midnight there, so maybe it's way good evening for them. And then we have our special guest from, I guess she's in Boston, Dr. Heidi Gartner. Good morning, namaste. How are you doing?
Hi, fantastic to meet you.
And what city are you from?
I'm actually in Boston.
Oh, you're in Boston. Okay, all right. So you're pretty close. But we'll introduce everybody in just a minute because we're adding a couple more people from the United Kingdom, aka Great Britain. Ben Coates, from Great Britain. Good to have you here.
Good afternoon, all. How are we?
All right. And then from Washington, D.C., we have our spy, Bill Trezevant. Our Washington, D.C. correspondent who's going to be listening in. So he's going to report everything to the President of the United States. Good morning, Bill. And then what we'll do is we'll do some really quick introductions. We got a couple of people backstage, which is okay. Welcome to Business Economics Monday. So with that, I'm Nick Palavita. I'm in Raleigh, Durham. I'm actually professionally, I'm an attorney and an adjunct professor for the Graduate Tax Program at Northeastern University in Boston. That's the plug for Northeastern. With us, we have Ankit Khanelwal from New Delhi, who's actually a director at IBM TV. Willie Hill from Melbourne, Australia. Good day, mate. Dr. Heidi Gardner, who we're going to be pummeling with questions in just a moment, from Boston, which is in the part of the United States. Jim Eade, who's not part of the United States. He's in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley and founder of the Eade Foundation. Shaquille Latmer, who is not part of the United States. He's in Sydney, Australia, only because he's trapped because he can't get a flight to Perth. At least that's what he told me. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but anyway, he's trapped in Sydney. And then Ben Coates from our great United Kingdom that we found out recently is Great Britain, and we're known as the lesser United States of America. And Bill Trezevant, who is spying on us from Washington, D.C. So, Dr. Gardner, since you're new to the show, tell us a little about who you are, where you're from, and what do you do?
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for having me. Heidi Gardner. I'm a distinguished fellow at Harvard Law School. And what's a little bit funny about me being at Harvard Law School is I'm not a lawyer, actually. My PhD is in organizational behavior. And I was on the faculty at Harvard Business School for 6 years before, as we say here in Boston, going across the river. And now I'm at Harvard Law School.
Oh, okay. So you just have to cross the river, where I have to cross ponds to go to India. Okay, I got to go through two ponds and then go there. All right. So, and you're actually trying to, you actually teach organizational behavior for lawyers. That's got to be a good one.
Imagine that, right? That was part of why I was brought on board. And so at Harvard Business School, and even before that, in doing my PhD and the half a decade I spent at McKinsey, I was always fascinated by questions about how to get highly powerful, highly autonomous experts to come together and tackle tough, complicated problems. And we know this is difficult because oftentimes they not only need to cross organizational divides and, collaborate across different silos, but they need to get past their own ego to do that as well. And so you can imagine there are lots of challenges when you're trying to get people to collaborate in this way. That's why we call it smart collaboration.
Okay, yes, that's going to be very difficult for our group here at IBM TV, since we're the land of very small egos, right, Shaquille? Right.
On television, without a doubt.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Gardner, I got a degree in organization development because I misbehaved, so they wouldn't let me into the organization behavioral.
Well, that's a great start, actually. Much of the rationale for asking me and my team to come in and work with organizations is because they're actually not collaborating very well. And the sad thing for them is that our research demonstrates that when organizations do this really well, when they get people to come together to tackle more difficult, complicated problems than any of them could do on their own, it has amazing commercial benefits, revenues and profits, and client retention, but it also means that people are more engaged. They tend to thrive at work. And I think probably all of us are familiar with what happens when you have a super engaged, high-powered workforce who are really switched on in terms of the work that they're doing.
So, Dr. Gardner, if I can ask then, is this mainly directed at defense lawyers? Because I've been reading a fascinating book called 3 Felonies a Day, which is a bit boring, to be honest, but it's quite interesting to see how federal prosecutors and the DOJ collaborate and stretch the intention of the laws.
So this is not aimed at defense lawyers specifically at all. In fact, it's not even aimed at lawyers specifically. So I've worked with all 4 of the big 4 accounting firms, rather. I've worked with a number of consultancies. I've worked well outside the professional services arena. I mean, picture investment banks and hedge funds, not exactly low ego spots either. But I also had the privilege of working with some amazing healthcare institutions. Like I did a deep dive with the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. And I always say I'm not curing cancer, but if I can help bring geneticists and oncologists and a whole range of other kinds of specialists together to tackle cancer, then at least I'm playing the part that I can play.
So we've covered lawyers, hedge fund managers, investment bankers, and medical professionals. Was this like Mission Impossible? This is your mission. Should you choose to accept it?
It felt early on like it may have been Mission Impossible. So we started as any good pointy-headed researcher would do, collecting the data. So we have collected millions of data records, and we wanted to take this idea of collaboration, which some people see as a soft topic, and turn it into a hard science. So after collecting millions of data records, that could be anything from timesheet records from lawyers who, God bless them, bill in 6-minute increments, really fine-grained records of who's worked with whom on which matter and which deal, to much larger project management databases, all different kinds of archival data that allow us to see who's worked with whom, who's not just who's turned to each other for advice or friendship, but who's really done actual tough work together, and for how long and under what circumstances, and what were the outcomes in terms of revenues or profits or innovation, client satisfaction. And we marry all of this data together in some relatively sophisticated econometric models that allow us to control for all of the other kinds of variables that might affect the outcome. And then we can isolate the effects of collaboration itself, measured in lots of different ways, but we can measure and predict how collaboration will change organizational, team level, and individual outcomes. And there's some real power in collecting that kind of evidence. Even skeptical lawyers tend to open their minds a little bit when you have an evidence base like that.
Wow.
Working together being powerful. Have you ever thought of anything under coronavirus or anything?
I think
Working together and powerful.
Picked for vice president, so she's only going to be here for a little while, and then Joe's going to say, "Okay, Heidi's going to be on now as vice president of the United States," or something like that. That was kind of something.
Well, Dr. Gardner has busted me because that's why I wear a cap, so no one will see my pointy little head.
Well, there you go. I know it happens. It happens to the best of us, really, but you crunch numbers for long enough and it just starts to happen. And if it doesn't happen, the way we start talking about statistics and how much we love our numbers, people will assume it's there anyway. So there's no point in hiding it.
But Dr. Gardner, is it right? And it's true to all good things. You've just put simple things together, haven't you? And that's what you do. And this is what we've been on about on IBM TV for weeks now. Do simple things, collaborate, get the best out of people, and good things come together, then, don't they? And that's what you've done, isn't it?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the next question is, if it's so obviously good, why isn't everybody doing it?
Yes.
And so it took us years of research to actually come up with some scientifically valid answers for that question. We had thousands and thousands of people participate in our research. And actually, one of the most frequently cited reasons that people fail to collaborate inside bigger organizations is they simply don't understand the full range of services or expertise in that organization. And, this is obviously really typical in a post-merger situation. There's two sides of the house, the legacy companies, nobody really understands what the other people do. Or think about this one. When you've got a merger situation, by definition, half of the people from the other legacy firm are below average. You just don't know which ones. And so if you're thinking about reaching across those organizational divides to pull people onto a project, you have to have a lot of trust in their character. Are they good to collaborate with? Do they share credit? Do they create a great environment? And you have to have trust in their competence. Are they going to deliver high quality? Are they going to enrich with everything that they can bring to the table? Or are they going to hoard some of that knowledge for their own benefit? So both of those kinds of trust are absolutely essential for collaboration. And then, as you said, it's pretty simple. Get people to contribute their utmost in the unique ways that they bring their experience to bear. And we know that there's outcomes associated with it.
Can I just say that it's not to me, I don't mean to make a stickler here, but it isn't to me necessarily obvious that collaborating is a good thing. I can certainly say that if people in a headcount environment were all collaborating with each other, some teams would collaborate, but some teams, some people, you actually want them to be competitive with other traders in order to be able to get the best out of them individually. And certainly teams, you want them, people who are at the top, who are the very, very top sales reps within the company, don't necessarily want to give away their secrets as to how they're able to make those sales, because then they don't look as good comparatively. So
the real question is good for whom, right? And it may be that there are some short-term benefits to being anti-collaborative, to hoarding your knowledge and expertise. But the real question then is whether that's good for the customer and the client. Because ultimately, you might have great sales reps out there, but if they're under-delivering to the client, if they're only doing what they individually do best, the kinds of problems they can tackle are pretty narrow. Whereas if they were actually teaming up with people with complementary bases of expertise, they'd be able to tackle those big, thorny, hairy, strategic questions and make sure that they don't get commoditized out of business. So in the short term,
we knocked Hewlett Packard off their feet competitively, which you would never dream of doing, purely by doing what you just said. We had phenomenal sales teams. It was a small company called Tekelec, and not many people knew who Tekelec was, but when it came to just narrowing down and getting a particular product and competing, we pulled together our resources. Rather than each of us being sales reps, senior executive sales reps, we pulled together our resources. We went after government contracts together. You would see 2 or 3 salespeople together in DC. That's exactly what we were doing. We were pulling together each of our own unique characteristics and skill sets, and we were nailing the sales, and we were closing them hand over fist. Now, granted, that kind of hurt our competitive edge of, I'm making $1 million here, or I'm generating $3 million over here. But when we pulled together like that, our sales were all out the roof.
So Kimberly, you just nailed it.
But I'm not sure that individual people, especially say, for example, somebody who's a sales rep or on a board who is partially remunerated on performance and outcomes, I'm not sure that they're going to set aside their own self-interest for the greater interest of the company.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
You don't have to. That's just it. We divided it up great, but when we united, like at conferences, and we united as a team in front of the government, my sales picked up. My territorial sales, like I had 15 states that I was in charge of. Then all of a sudden I became assigned to government contracts, and it became, it was like, wow, that's a lot. And then corporate contracts, but then we started joining forces and kind of crossing those borders a little bit. My sales kept going up. We were sharing sales. Nobody didn't benefit from it. There were maybe a few people who were like, I'd still rather be on my own. And, one of the things I learned was one of the things that how they kind of filtered out who would be the best salespeople. It was based on the kind of cars we like to drive, and our hobbies, right? Are you a big spender? Do you like making big money? But what was unique about what we did is we took the competitor off the map, and we all ended up benefiting. Some benefited better, but we all made. I was happy with the money I was making.
Kimberly, if I can just add, I think you are 100% right. And you are a mini case study in what we have now demonstrated empirically across, as I said, millions of data records. And I think, Shaquille, there's two responses to what you brought up. Number one, you can either have people who want to be the king of a very small island, or you have people who are happy to be the kind of, dukes and duchesses of a vast realm. And for people who just want to do it all themselves, they can be on top, but they're only going to plateau and they're only going to max out at a certain level. Whereas what Kimberly was talking about opens up the world. You are bringing in so much more that you could be tackling. The other thing, Shaquille, is if you really have an organization where people have to trade off between their self-interest and the interest of the customer, that is the absolute number one red flag that your comp system is wrong. Nobody should be rewarded for underserving a customer. And then if that's the actual trade-off that they're making, not just the perception, and the ego that goes with it, but if they're actually getting under rewarded by doing what Kimberly was talking about and providing more sophisticated cross-discipline expertise that tackles the client's toughest problems, if people are getting under rewarded for that, then figure out your comp system, because your KPIs are dead wrong.
Right. That's
I
the one
think
thing.
you make a valid point. But just in relation to, and I don't mean to be, sort of the anti whatever you said. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just pointing out in some instances, for example, sales teams. If I'm a used car salesman, I've never have been one, but if I am a used car salesman, presumably I'm going to try and sell those cars for the highest price I can possibly sell them. I'm not there to try and look after the customer and give it to them at the rock bottom price that I can. I'm going to try and get the best price I can. And I'd expect that my remuneration and commissions would be commensurate with the amount that I've sold that car to them for. So,
I don't think that's right. Sorry, Shaquille, but I just don't think that's right. If you're the owner of the used car sales lot, the last thing you want to do is incentivize your people to, I was going to use a naughty word, to take advantage of the customers, right? Because it's not a one-shot game. There's reputational effects. If you are incentivizing your sales reps to, milk the customer for the last possible dollar and not give them good service, then I think as a business, you are unstrategic.
You can provide them with good service and be expensive. But I would imagine that someone like myself is probably half the battle when you're dealing with some organizations. That there'll be people like me that go, well, hang on, I'm not sure I want to collaborate with everything. I might want to hold a little bit back for myself.
Yeah, so let me refer you to some data, right? Of course, we're coming back to the pointy head, and I don't even have a cap to cover my pointy head. But we data in my most recent publication in Harvard Business Review. We took data from the last financial crisis, right? The 2008 financial crisis, and we were able to look at people and quantify how much they collaborated during the crisis. And by collaboration, we meant worked with peers, equally high power senior peers to serve customers and clients. And we divided our data set into deciles, and we could demonstrate empirically that those most collaborative top 10%ers way outperformed their peers. Not only did their business not dip during the crisis, it actually climbed. But the natural inclination, I think, Shaquille, is just what you're saying right now. Most people get into a defensive posture where they hoard work. And what we can demonstrate is that for those people, their business dropped off a cliff. And in 3 years following the crisis, it never reached pre-crisis levels. So that is how we are, very much looking at what are the outcomes. We're not saying that people don't behave like you're saying. What we're saying is that when people make the wrong choices about whether to collaborate or not, they suffer, and a lot of people around them suffer. So I'm not saying that everyone just falls into line. I'm just saying there's a smarter choice to make. And that, we can demonstrate in a downturn, we can demonstrate in good times, we can demonstrate across, industries, across different kinds of expertise, that individuals, their teams, their customers, and their companies are better off when you do what Kimberly was talking about, which is not hoard work, not hoard information, get people to bring their unique skill sets and experiences together in ways that allow them to admit their limitations. I'm not brilliant at that. I'm going to do what I'm great at, and I'm going to bring somebody in, just beside me in the adjacent area. And together we're going to be able to do much more sophisticated, holistic solutioning than we could do if we were stuck in our narrow silo.
And what it benefited is we sold so many different unique pieces of products that not every one of us salespeople who had territories knew every item. Like I was a subject matter expert with fiber, high bandwidth, because I helped design and build and set the standards for it. So bringing me on board for that was, but then to ask me to sell SS7 and a bunch of other products that I was familiar with, but not the subject matter expert, was a different story. So when we crossbred the different skill sets and we became a team on selling things, and we kind of shared the revenue or shared the profit from the commissions. And, some guys liked it because, they liked sharing that extra resource of, hey, I just sold a fiber network instead of an SS7 network. But then you have those guys who are like, you know what, I'm making a lot of money just doing SS7. I don't want to change. And they kind of let them stay because they were very good at what they did. But it was the ones who kind of pulled together the resources. That's when we started pushing the competitor out. And that's when people started saying, hey, you know what, maybe there is something to that. There's nothing wrong with being independently competitive. That's what makes a good salesman. You want them to be hungry, right? Not so hungry they're looking over their shoulder, because then they're going to be looking for other jobs and they're not going to be selling right. The best salesman is the one who's well-fed, has expensive hobbies, and
is your research published, Dr. Gardner, or have you got a book out? Because I think what you said is fascinating.
Yeah, we need to see your book, Dr. Gardner. Everybody wants to see a book. There we go.
Smart collaboration.
Smart. I love it. I love it. Dr. Gardner, the other thing too is I watched this stupid movie last night, Safe. I rarely do I watch movies, but I was in a movie, and it's with Jason Nathan, whatever his name is, the big karate guy, Jason Statham. And it was showing people in business, right, in the dark world. And their competitive edge is they didn't want to get killed. If their numbers dropped, they got shot in front of everybody. Okay, you're next. You're the next pit boss. That was kind of, I was watching it going, oh my God, that would be horrific to think if I made one mistake or my revenue dropped, 10 points. Granted, getting fired would be bad, but getting shot was, pretty scary. I wondered, I was sitting there thinking, just like what you were talking about, what if they taught them to team up and work together? But that's not the way they work in some of those.
We have to say it's not the most. It may not be the most dramatic way to think about, staging a film shoot or even a script. I think at least what sells in Hollywood these days is the alpha male beat your chest individual hero. But, and that's great for the big screen, but yeah, exactly. But if you actually want to get ahead, then, maybe you think about operating a little bit differently.
So,
Ben's at his hand.
I was going to say, not so fast. Now, wait a minute. When Shaquille, who's a hedge fund manager, Shaquille's a hedge fund manager. When he goes to casino tables, he's not thinking about collaborating at the casino tables with the guy across the table. He's thinking about beating the guy across.
People do that all the time.
And yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. But
people collaborate at the tables all the time.
Yeah, you're a chess player. You're a FIDE chess master, author of Chess for Dummies, which made you a lot of money. Obviously, there he goes. Okay, when you're playing chess, your opponent, you don't think about, hey, I'm going to collaborate with the guy across. You're thinking about beating his brains out. So I know that's anecdotal evidence, but Dr. Gardner.
But that's a contrived situation, right? That's a contrived situation where ultimately you have a head-to-head win-lose situation. If you think about most business situations, they should not be win-lose. You should not be thinking about the customer losing at your way to defeat them. ultimately, if you are serving your customers or clients in a way that adds a lot of value, you're going to make a heck of a lot more money, and they're going to be delighted to pay you more money because you're helping them with their existential problems. So, of course, we can all dream up scenarios that are absolutely win-lose. They're designed like that. But if we're thinking about a business situation, if we're thinking about policy, if we're thinking about the tough, thorny problems that we are facing right now in the COVID era, then we should certainly be thinking beyond, those contrived scenarios, which are designed to be win-lose amongst two individuals.
But also in the competitive world of chess, all the world-class grandmasters collaborate. The only one who didn't was Bobby Fischer, and he lost his mind. So, everybody else collaborates, and once they get to the board, it's one-on-one. But
Yes.
before that, they have to collaborate. They have to have seconds. They have to have help. That nobody does it by themselves anymore.
Wouldn't you say that in chess?
Ben, you've got to ask your question. You've had your hand up for a half hour.
Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Dr. Gardner, do you think that the class of 0809 who left education had to collaborate, are they in a better position to survive this crisis now, or are they in a worse position?
So people who came out in 08, 09 and figured out how to collaborate back then, are those skills transferable? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry about that. I lost concentration because there's just a big rumble of thunder over our house then. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. So the answer is, as any McKinsey consultant, whether they're still in the firm or whether they're an alumna, they're going to give you the straightforward answer. It depends. So what we mean by that is there are people who survived the last crisis who are going to be in deep, deep trouble right now because they are going to inadvertently pattern match and they're going to make the wrong decisions. So Jim, I think that that's fascinating that you are a chess master, because some of the best research on this comes from studies that were done with chess grandmasters. So, what we know is that when you put a superb chess player under two conditions, they are likely to revert to moves that are no better than a novice's. So those are when they are under time pressure or other kinds of extreme pressure, and they're confronted with a novel situation. Yes. We know from the research that's been done with chess masters is in those situations, by novel situation, we mean a board configuration that's theoretically possible but is unlikely to arise in a real match. Right. And when you put even, phenomenal chess players under those conditions, they recognize a pattern and they erroneously believe that they've seen that pattern before, and then they make moves that fail, right? And so, Ben, to your question, people who have survived in the past could make a mistake in saying, yeah, been there, done that. This is just like 08. But this is not just like 08. No. This is not just a financial crisis. This is a global pandemic. And need I tell you everything else that's going on in the U.S. around access to justice and inequality and a whole bunch of other things that we know are going on in Australia, in the UK, on the continent, in East Asia. We're facing an unprecedented combination of events, which means that behaviors or solutions that got people through 08, 09 may or may not work. People have to be incredibly reflective about that.
Yeah.
Bring it back to the sales side though, and just with hedge funds and sales.
Yeah.
You talk a lot about there's finance. There's the best outcome for the customer, and I agree with what you're saying on that. But a lot of people, and for a lot of the roles that I've had at my own companies, were performance based. The more off your pay you're sacrificed for potential, the more that you would earn based on revenue and based on your performance. And so in situations like that, I think that it would be very difficult to expect that individual staff members are really going to collaborate absolutely with everything they've got, because everybody wants to be a star and everybody's going to hold something back. If I'm a really good salesperson, not because I'm ripping the customer off, but just because I have certain things that I say that are more persuasive than the next person, I'm not necessarily going to tell every other salesperson in the company what's so effective, because then I don't look as good. And then if I'm not the number one or number two sales rep, maybe I don't get the biggest bonus that year. And that's kind of human behavior, isn't it? You're
Well,
asking.
so I'll use the example of the Olympic coach, and I'm not sure if this story is true, but apparently there was an Olympic coach who was on a train somewhere, and he left behind his training manual. And somebody said to him, "Aren't you terrified that somebody's going to read that manual and be able to do with their team what you did?" And he said, "Nope, I am perfectly happy to be as transparent as possible because I coach authentically and I do what comes best to me. Somebody else is going to say the exact same words and take the exact same actions, and they're not going to have the impact because they're trying to imitate me." And so, Shaquille, I think that you're right. There is there's room for people to have their trade secrets and so forth. But I think the very best people have the confidence in knowing that they're inimitable. That you and I could do the exact same thing, but if I do it my way and you do it yours, if we are doing it to the utmost of our ability and in a way that's truly authentic, that brings to life our passion and our energy and our expertise, then I don't think we actually have to worry so much about looking over our shoulder.
Yeah, I would like to bring in the Genius of the Year Award winner, Julian Arpern, who's just joined us from Toronto. A super smart guy, and since he was a Genius of the Year in 2017. What is your perspective on this collaboration? I'm sure you've thought of it somewhere in those.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, there are a lot of things that go into it, right? Like collaboration can take place between forces that actually extend beyond the conscious awareness, but still contribute to the desired end result. So basically, one could say that even when a chess grandmaster is head to head with another chess grandmaster and there is that competition between them, in the act of trying to plan ahead and predict the future moves of the individual, they will try to construct some kind of model that will map out that individual's likely moves. And then they will hope that the individual actually will, I guess you could say, collaborate with their mental image of their future moves in order for their plans to actually be, relevant to what will unravel. So I think that collaboration is absolutely necessary. And it's always just a matter of the conscious awarenesses behind the forces that might facilitate collaboration. But even if there's no actual conscious awareness behind collaboration is just, it's a universal truth by default. Otherwise, things couldn't be consistently true at the same time, right?
Yeah, but can't you today collaborate with computers? So a lot of times your chess will be with AlphaGo, or you'll collaborate with Stockfish.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point.
For instance, anymore. Humans are.
For instance, take Vishwanathan Anand, right? So what has he done? He's kind of taken the power of technology to a new level in his, I guess you could say, collaboration. He uses artificial intelligence to basically just simulate all sorts of, various board situations, and then he tries to commit them to memory. So as opposed to many other grandmasters that might play, purely with their fluid reasoning and their own, I guess you could say, on-the-fly kind of processing, he'll also rely more heavily on his own unique form of collaboration with technology. So again, it's just a matter of how this balance comes into play between the collaborative forces and the conscious awarenesses driving each individual one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Dr. Gardner, why do I need people anymore? I have my Alexa computer. I can just collaborate with her. She's pretty good. She doesn't cause trouble. She gives me all the information that I need. So what about non-human collaboration?
So Nick, you've just said the really pivotal word here, which is information. We need to think about how to go from information to knowledge to expertise and then to action. And I think you're absolutely right. The technology is great at providing information. It may even be able to knit that together into knowledge with some of the AI. When you talk about then bringing real expertise to bear, highly questionable whether we're at a stage yet where there is judgment applied to that knowledge from machines. I think that's where the human interaction is really crucial. And then being able to convert it into action. I've yet to see any machine motivate people to change their opinion, to take the next steps, to take some risks. And I think that's where the human, I love this idea, Julian, of the human technology collaboration. I think those are great words because, when we're talking about collaboration, ultimately smart collaboration is, two entities, we won't even call them people anymore, two entities bringing together their unique capacities. And so we can absolutely think about the human technology collaboration, where ultimately you meet the human in there.
I think the computer is just agreeing. Can our directors find out where the computer is acting up right now in the background? I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, it left us. Okay, that's good. Okay.
All right.
Having a disagreement.
So you need HI, I call it human intelligence, to create AI. I've worked in the AI world for a couple of years now, and so you definitely have to have the two to collaborate. A lot of people think AI will control us and rule us, and no, you can go pull that plug eventually. So, but you need both. And I'm very a proponent to people understanding AI is supposed to bring us quality of life. We're not bringing it in to replace us or replace our lives or replace our jobs. They're to make our jobs more effective and efficient and economical. And so, I think so many people are scared of AI because we've got these movies out there that go, oh, The Matrix or the Terminator and things like that, Skylabs. And I think, science fiction does come true. Eventually, we tend to evolve whatever science fiction wrote about. But I think we need to really think about how we can use AI to, again, like you were saying, collaborate with HI, but to make our jobs and our lives more quality of life.
Collaboration with technology, I think it's really interesting to see the poker machines or the slot machines, as you guys call them over there, and the big manufacturers and what they've done, because this is probably a terrible example, but they've obviously had psychologists come in to work out what colors are going to be the most mesmerizing and are going to entice the most amount of players, what sort of game features should be on there, what's going to keep the players on there for a longer and longer period of time, and all that sort of stuff. So it's actually quite a multifaceted approach. And there's everything from psychologists to engineers to computer scientists, mathematicians, all of these different people who get together to create these machines. And it'd be nice to see some of those sort of collaborative works in other areas that are technology intensive.
Yeah, it's to improve your customer experience, Shaquille, of losing money.
Exactly.
So that's the whole idea of
that they use the lights. All of those lights, like in Vegas, are meant to stimulate you to keep you awake longer.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people don't understand that, but when I go to Vegas, oh my God, my energy feels like it's up, and I never sleep. And I learned after going there, and I don't go there to gamble. I work every time I go. I'm there for work, but I learned that that's what all those lights are about, is to stimulate you, get you excited about gambling, keep you awake longer.
We also know, Kimberly, that when people are overstimulated like that they're less likely to make good decisions.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
The amygdala is on high, right? And everything feels like this is, consequential, and we're in, and suddenly we are just in go mode, and we're not in cerebral cortex, sophisticated thinking mode.
Absolutely. But also to get back to chess and the competitive between the machine and the human, AlphaZero can't teach me to play chess because AlphaZero, I don't understand AlphaZero, and AlphaZero does not understand me. A human being can teach me chess, and I can teach another human being chess, because I can get to whatever level they're at and help them get better than they are. And I think that the machines may be able to do that one day, but not today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Julian, am I off base here, or is that right?
No, I mean, that sounds appropriate. It's like what you said, right? There's always going to be a kind of translator factor in there, right? So whenever it comes to your translation, you're able to translate these teachings, I guess you could say, from a human language into another human language, or at least from human conception into human language. It'll take, I guess you could say, a special type of person that would then be able to take those, bits of wisdom and then maybe build some kind of AI that's able to teach somebody effectively, and then maybe the AI could be able to, teach. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be this kind of coupling factor that will have to do with how the information can actually transfer between channels that are, collaborating. So yeah, in this case, again, it's just a matter of how you're able to translate it. Like, again, look at Vishwanathan Anand. He does work with AI. He's just developed his own, I guess you could say, procedure of translating those teachings into his own language.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And Sasha has just joined us from Russia with love, but now in Canada.
I just heard your discussion about chess, and I'd like to mention only one thing about the AlphaZero. The only reason AlphaZero is so strong and plays so beautiful, tactical, and pleasing style is that it never been taught by humans, never had instructions by humans, and if it would never play such a brilliant game.
Yeah.
Sasha, are you trying to say the computers are better than us mere humans? That's terrible.
That's true.
They're not just
all
better.
humans will be replaced.
They're not
by
just better. They're faster. They're more. They're producing much faster, much more beautiful and stronger moves. And basically, we all should be ashamed of our horrible game, including world champion happened to be from Norway, Magnus Carlsen. We're all imposters compared to AlphaZero. That's it.
Ooh,
Done.
I'll just say very quickly, one of the biggest concerns that I have about AI, we all have, Amazon or Google or something. And I know for myself, sometimes I'll get a recommendation for a movie or song and I'll be like, where did that come from? I'm not into that stuff. But, and when that happens, it's kind of funny, right? But when it comes to the finance industry, that's what we're actually seeing now. What you've just said, Sasha, about AlphaZero having really been created by computer programs, creating more computer programs. And that's what we're seeing in the finance industry, is a lot of AI algorithms. And I'm very concerned about that because I think that in critical situations such as, the finance industry, where lots of money can be made or lost in very, very short spaces of time, I think that there's a real disconnect between the people who originally designed the system and then what the system's actually doing. And they don't actually know why the computer system is doing what it's doing anymore, why the algorithm is doing what it's doing anymore. I think that's really dangerous. And I think that in certain applications such as finance, certainly in healthcare where it's a lot more critical, in places like that, AI can be, a step too far, in my personal opinion. I do think that there's something to be said for human intervention to some degree.
Everything what I said applied only to chess. I did not go farther into financial industry or medicine or business decisions. No, I didn't go there. That's very specific areas. But in chess, when everything is black and white, everything is measurable, and everything could be proven beyond any reasonable doubts. That's where I'm sort of stuck a little bit. But there are just facts. It's not something what you believe is happening. It's some facts that you cannot fight at all. That's where
it isn't black and white. When you're saying this versus this, but when you get into AI, I'll always remember that, again, it's only as intelligent as the HI who developed it. And this is a lecture I give continuously. The problems that we're going to be engaged with are far exceed what you can fathom because of 5G, which is the conversation I love having when we have the Yale students come on board to talk about 5G. But it opens up doors to many, many issues because, as you say, we're not collaborating very well on design, on analytics, how we can use them. We're definitely not utilizing them to their full potential. So these are some good conversations, too, that we should be having on other shows. I hope that that door opens up because that is a good conversation. But AI is only as smart as HI that built it. Remember that. It doesn't get any smarter than the HI. It won't.
I always have this idea of like a coupling between the human element and the artificial intelligence where basically it'll just become I. And I don't know if that's like some kind of homage to Apple branding, but it just seems fitting.
I love it, Julian.
Can I trademark that? Can I trademark that?
We are IBM. We are I.
We'll drop the BM.
Intelligent.
I just
we are one.
I just changed it, Nick. We're intelligent broadcast.
We'll just be the I television network. But see, here's the problem today. I might be taken. In other words, you can't get the URL for I.
Trademark it, yeah.
And that's one of the real problems. I mean, collaboration in theory sounds good, but everybody in high tech, they want their unique selling proposition. They want their patents. They want their trademarks. They want their copyrights. They want to protect their intellectual property to the exclusion of others. So, Dr. Gardner, what do you do about an industry that's driven by unique selling propositions, patents, copyrights, trademarks, and protecting their interest against the other people?
I don't think that's antithetical at all. I actually think that's a false dichotomy. We really want people to get all the credit that they deserve for their intellectual property and their intellectual contributions. And at the same time, we want to figure out how to bring them together in a really dynamic way to tackle the tough problems that we're facing. And those tough problems are incredibly VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. And so we need dynamic shifting in terms of how those different bases of expertise or intellectual bases are brought together. I don't think it's a problem when you have people protecting, in a commercial sense, their intellectual property. I think where the problems come in is if they don't have the will or the skill to combine those in various kinds of ventures to be more value add than they are by themselves.
Okay, no, that sounds really good in theory, but then how could a country like the United States of America purportedly, and with all due respect to our people in Great Britain and Australia, one of the best and the brightest, how did we screw up COVID-19?
Oof, right.
Okay.
Well, so
there is, how do you get the Democrats and the Republicans to actually collaborate in Congress?
Yeah. Well, so I actually have a British passport and a U.S. passport. So I take an outsider view of this. When I've actually worked in bipartisan settings in Congress to bring some of this thinking there. What I think, it's way beyond the scope of where my expertise is. And we all know that collaboration hinges on somebody being able to say, wow, I'm right up to the limit. But let me cross that limit for just a minute and say that I think that when we are more focused on reputation and more focused on the theoretical implications of what we're doing or how our constituents are going to react to it and not about the substance, that's where we fall into a deep trap.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the thing is, we fell into the trap. Bill, since you live in the great Tower of Power of Washington, D.C., the dysfunctional city of the world, what's going on there? Why is it that we can't figure this one out with COVID-19 and what's going on in D.C.?
Well, I'd like to begin by using the McKinsey answer, which depends on how you're looking at it. One, two, but that aside, quite frankly, we're too close to the election. And the sides are posturing, and you have run and kind of led by, the major campaigns being the two presidential candidates. And Trump is pursuing a type of campaign that is, for lack of a better term, but I think this might be a little too strong, although I think it's kind of there, and that is splash and burn. He's not worried about tomorrow. He doesn't, he's not thinking long term in terms of stability for the country or anything else. Whereas the other campaign by Joe Biden is marked by what's in the long term best interest, not just for him in the short term, but what's in the long term. And I think that those two values, beginning at the top, are motivating the dichotomy that we see between the two campaigns. And by translation, that or by necessity, that translates down through the various organizations. So on the one hand, the Democrats, who we normally think of as being completely dysfunctional. I mean, I have never seen in my life the Democratic Party come together so quickly. Although I felt really at home when I was watching the Democratic primary, because that's usually how it is, a bunch of cats and dogs fighting. By contrast, on the Republican side, they're always locked step with whatever they're doing and very disciplined. But here, what we find is, with the current COVID negotiations, we have the Democratic Party completely in line, both in the Senate and in the House. On the other hand, in the Senate, the Republicans are divided amongst themselves, and they're divided from the White House. So, and you factor in the election where everybody's, the balance of the Senate is in play, and the presidency is in play. That having been said, and I would just offer that in my humble opinion, I did want to kind of pick up, if I could, just jump back. The AI HI collaboration it seems to me that organizationally, the best example of that is a political campaign or an advocacy group. And one of the differences between the two organizations, let's say a private sector and a campaign or advocacy group, and that is that within the private sector, you have the ultimate authority of getting rid of somebody. Whereas in a political campaign, fundamentally comes down to people voluntarily associating and deciding to work, so that there is no ability to discipline. It's guided simply by self-choice. Now, what we've seen over the last couple of cycles is that what was normally just a campaign or an HI-driven type of organization based on self-association was augmented beginning in 2004 with the Howard Dean campaign with AI, first through the usage of the internet for fundraising and things, and then later incorporated and developed and really extended by the Obama campaign. And today what we have is, at least within the political organizations, and this is both Republicans and Democrats, is that you have HI using AI to target and ultimately get to what each campaign needs to do is to get the information to their sales force so that they can convey their the message that they want to convey.
It's beautiful. Thank you. That is.
Yeah, it's
very
good,
well
good
put.
to know that
Very
our election will not be decided by Russia and China. It will be decided by a computer. So using artificial intelligence to guide us to the, but you would think though,
there's hope for us.
There's hope for us. You would think, Dr. Gardner, with everybody's driven to eradicate COVID-19, yet the United States performance has been so poor relative to the country of Malaysia. Sharif isn't here, but as he comes in from Malaysia with a population of 32 million has 125 deaths. That's it. The United States, with a population 10 times greater, around 330 million, has 160,000 deaths. How come countries like Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Vietnam, Japan beat our pants off what purportedly is the greatest country and the best in the brightest? How come USA?
Do you want one word? Do you want a one-word answer?
Yes.
Or you could do a dissertation for your PhD.
And Heidi, sorry, Dr. Gardner, can I just say that then brings respect? Leadership brings respect from the public.
What's the one-word answer? I'm interested in that.
Leadership. Leadership is the one-word answer. You need leadership. You need somebody who is willing to take tough decisions in completely unpredictable settings and say, I alone am accountable for the bad things that happen, and for the good things that happen, it's because I have relied on people who I dare say are smarter than me because they're better equipped to answer these kinds of questions.
So I need to defer to subject matter.
What about the inherent narcissism that prevents people from saying, oh, this person might be more credible than I am?
Yeah, I mean, people who are high narcissists are very unlikely to collaborate because they're threatened by it. People who are willing to admit their limitations and have the confidence in their own capacity are very likely to say, I'm brilliant at this, but the problem is this big. And therefore we need people over here who are going to contribute their base of expertise. A real leader is willing to open themselves up to collaboration because they don't feel like they have to pretend that they're brilliant at everything, because nobody is.
Yeah.
Dr. you couldn't
I
have
know better
said
than the
that better.
generals. I know better than the generals. I know better than the doctors. I'm really good at this.
Yeah, I mean,
So I don't understand why I need to collaborate.
it makes no sense whatsoever. Makes no sense whatsoever for any individual to pretend that they are the best economist, the best epidemiologist, the best in understanding HVAC systems and air quality. I mean, who is that person? Like,
yeah, the thing is, it doesn't make logical sense, but human beings aren't really designed to be logically accurate. We're designed to find emotional comfort, right?
Absolutely.
And so oftentimes the emotional pain that can come from admitting that someone else might know more is more than a lot of the people, my generation and younger might have been really raised to be able to bear in some senses.
Oh, so, Julian, I don't think it's a generational thing. I think it is, I think it's emotional intelligence, which is entirely learned. There are people who may be more naturally emotionally intelligent, but I think emotional intelligence, EQ, is absolutely a skill that can be developed. I think it's resilience, People who are high in resilience are much more likely to be able to admit their limitations. And so when you have somebody who's narcissistic, low resilience, ego-driven, insecure, if you have somebody like that in charge, hypothetically speaking, you're going to run into disaster.
I think there's many of us on here that have people leading that you just described. So.
Well, there's a lot to be said there, but I think the problem is our leadership is controlled where they're having to be an expert on every platform. Like every congressman or every senator has to read every bill. They don't. I'm going to tell you they don't. And then they have to vote on it. And then we have to rely on them being an expert on everything that we're trying to achieve. And that's why we don't achieve anything, because they don't read the bills. The bills get stuffed with a lot of fat, and some people pass them without thinking what else is in there. So I think what we need to do is, for the future, is I think we need to change our platform, and we need to run this country like a company. We need a CEO, like you said, who is a leader, not an egotistical narcissist who thinks he can do it all. We need somebody who could say, just like you do in a company, I'm going to hire my experts. So I'm going to have a VP for health, a VP for finance, a VP for budget, a VP to understand law, the law and safety, a VP to understand international relationships. And we're going to build our laws on this. And then each VP will have a representative from every state. And somebody said, well, Kim, this is going to cost too much money. You have no idea how much money we are currently spending on our Congress, and they're not getting anything done.
But Kim, we do have that now. We have the structure where there should be a CEO and a VP of health and a VP of international relations. I mean,
they don't do that. They don't use it.
Well, that's a different story. We have the structure in place. It's the cabinet, it's the Secretary of State, it's the Secretary of Health. But you need to have people who are extremely high quality, who are independent thinkers and empowered to use their expertise for the good of the country and not for the promotion of the de facto leader. Let's be clear.
I'd like to talk about the social forces that contribute to the personalities that really land in these types of positions. Like, do you think that our social structure really rewards that type of personality along the way in order for them to be justified and not having just basically been born in extremely close proximity to such locations at all? Does that make sense?
So do our social structures reward people who have those kinds of competencies? Was that the question?
Right. Yes, basically. And also it has to do, I guess, with some of the social movement that might be required for some individuals. Because in some senses, those that develop more resiliency, it might be because they're actually in more harsh environments. And then being in a harsher environment could also imply a greater distance from, the spotlight, the place where everyone has their eyes set, so to speak. So what do you think we can do to really maximize the receptivity of individuals that do have those desirable qualities?
I am so far out over my skis at this point, but let me take a crack at that one. Now, I think that we have a lot of work to do from the earliest stages of our education design to get people who are learning these skills, people who are already great at that, and people who can teach those skills and embed them into the curriculum. I think that, it's absolutely important that we get back to basics in some senses in terms of getting our math and science and reading and humanities curriculums back in place. And I think we need to supplement that with life skills and working in a team and developing resilience and developing EQ. Those are all fundamental life skills. And if we can teach some of those from the earliest ages, that's going to be a boon. But I think you're absolutely right that our social structures right now don't afford opportunities to people who might have the capabilities, and they're 6, 7, 12 steps removed from any sorts of opportunities that would allow them to demonstrate it. So we've got a long way to go societally and socially, but I think that it begins with a recognition that these are critical life skills and that we should be embedding them from the get-go.
Awesome, yeah.
Do you not think life skills during this lockdown will improve for the next generation, Heidi? Because do you not think that they're having to deal with something different to the normal school life? I'm talking about perhaps the 5 to 12-year-olds. I think if they're over 12, they've perhaps been formed more now. But the 5 to 12-year-olds are learning how to cope in a very difficult situation that it hasn't happened to a generation in 70, 80 years.
Well, I think that that it's really going to cut both ways, and I think if we're not careful, we're going to see a bifurcation. We're going to see kids in that age group who are going through this experience and they are well supported. I mean, at a bare minimum, you're going to see people who aren't suffering from food insecurity or actual hunger, and that plays a big role in terms of how somebody actually responds to a challenging situation. Are they equipped physically and emotionally to be able, with the support that they need to be able to process and handle this and actually develop resilience from it? I'm afraid that what we're going to see is a bifurcation. There will be some kids in those age bands who are well supported, and I think we're going to see the exact opposite. And this is not pointing fingers or blaming people. I think that there is just an entirely enormous swath of our population right now that's suffering from all kinds of traumatic issues. And that could be hunger, that could be homelessness or the threat of homelessness. I think there's all kinds of abusive situations that have escalated because of lockdown and associated situations. And so I don't think that in general we can say this generation is going to be better off for it. I think that we can say some people will be better off, and we have a lot of work to do to make sure that more are in that camp than fewer.
Okay. So,
but again, if I could just quickly say so, we were talking about this just a little bit before. You made a comment that I found interesting. You said that you want to see people in politics who leadership, especially in leadership positions, that are going to take responsibility when something doesn't go very well, the good things and the bad. But yet, when Donald Trump, and I'm not defending Donald Trump, I'm not a partisan, certainly not in American politics anyway. But when Donald Trump had that sort of grandparents fight in the White House with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and the four of them, the VP Mike Pence was there, and they had that big fight about the wall, and there was a conversation about there being a government shutdown. He said, "Fine, blame it on me," and then everyone said, "Well, he's a narcissist. He's arrogant. He's out of touch." So I mean, you can't really have it both ways. Either they take responsibility or they don't. The other thing that I actually wanted to say was one of the things that I see as being very, very concerned about in politics is that it seems to be very much a job for lawyers to go into. And experts in health don't end up being the health minister. Experts in finance don't end up being in charge of the economy. It tends to be people who are lawyers. And what they do is they draft all this legislation and all these rules and regulations. And even experts in the field can't understand them half the time. And I've tried reading some of the US regulations and the regulations of my own two countries, Australia and the UK, around my own field of specialty, and I can't make heads or tails of what they're saying.
Hey, Ben, he's saying it's Nick's fault.
No. It was done on purpose. This way, Shaquille has to go back to us, pay us our fee, so we can interpret the law that no one can understand except us. So
that's right.
It has a reason. That's called serving your customer, Shaquille.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
matter how much I pay for the legal advice, no matter how much I pay, the federal government and federal prosecutors, especially if they're ambitious, will stretch the laws out in ways that make it so that I'm better off just pleading this out or settling it than actually fight it. Not because of the money, but because of the potential consequences, especially if they go down the path of criminal charges on something that really shouldn't be. And let's have a look about, we're going to talk about diversity. Please tell me how many defense lawyers actually sit on the Supreme Court. I'm never coming back to the US, am I, Jim? They're not going to let me in.
No, they won't let you in. But you neither admit nor deny guilt.
I'm out of here.
Shaquille, just remember, you neither admit nor deny guilt, then you sign the settlement papers.
That's right.
Right, it all works.
Shaquille,
right.
you're always welcome in Great Britain.
You can't get rid of me.
Yeah, you can go to Great Britain, but the United States.
We'll
all get back there.
Yeah, you got to keep your passport ready. So,
Willie, would you let Shaquille come to Melbourne?
So on, just on the gender front, look at the screen right now. I mean, just saying, you want to make a charge here. We've got, me and Kimberly, and then hello. So, might be like, let's start at home anyway.
Dr. Gardner is like this every day.
hey, listen.
I love it. These guys are amazing. They actually, these are the group of guys that treat you with respect. Like, you don't have to, but because I think it's because they are brilliant. They are confident of themselves, and they don't have to put a woman down to feel better. That's one of the reasons why I always liked working with Nick. Nick and I, we collaborated well, but I worked with men for so many years, and we just clicked. And I'm like, I don't want to work with anyone else, because he treats me with all of this mutual respect. But I think it's because Nick is confident, he is smart, and he doesn't have to prove me bad to make himself look good. And that's what we see even a lot of our current leadership, don't you think?
Well, I think it's so fascinating that we want to make sure in as much as we're trying to overcome some stereotyping, that we don't stereotype or paint everyone else with the wrong brush.
Right.
But what I do think is critically important, we were talking about children earlier and up and comers, and I think it's really important for people to be able to see themselves in those who are in leadership, or those who are in the media, those who are in wherever. And so I think that, even if, we are comfortable saying, yes, we are representative and so forth, then let's figure out, how we get more people who are broadly diverse. And, and the diversity comes in so many different ways. It is not just gender. And it's just not, it's not binary gender. It's not, I think we should think about, how do people actually operate? And Kimberly, I think, it's a brilliant example that you were giving earlier about, how you prefer to work. That is, diversity in and of itself. How does Julian like to express himself? How does Julian, bring his expertise and his genius to bear? There are real areas of diversity there in terms of people's behavioral preferences and styles. If we figure out how to tap into those, we are going to have such an engaged and thriving population, let alone a workforce.
I think Julian's diverse by himself.
Dr. Gardner, I totally agree with you about diversity in both male, female, and the race as well. But we also have to be very careful of not doing tokenism issues, and then diluting the actual benefits of having female intuition in conversations and different race in conversations. One thing that does annoy me is we do seem to put people in positions because of who they are and their skin color rather than their skills. I'm all for diversity, and I think different elements of different people is always fascinating, but we do have to be very careful, don't we?
We do. And what I think a good starting place would be is to make sure that that people who do look different and behave different or dress different or have different preferences aren't held back. So we are so far from saying, let's promote people like that because of who they are. Let's just start with not holding them back because of who they are.
I don't think there's any empirical evidence, personally. I know everyone's going to scream at me and I'll get some hate mail. I actually don't think that that's necessarily the case. I don't think that as a systemic issue, I don't think people are held back because of the way they look or their gender or that sort of stuff as a general rule. Yes, there may be some instances of it, but that's just how I feel. And if they are held back in Jim's experience, let's just remember where he lives, San Francisco. So obviously they're doing something wrong over there. So I find it really, really fascinating because obviously I'm not white, I don't think. And growing up in Australia, like Willie, we have a similar ethnic background. Growing up in Australia, a little bit different. But whilst I have experienced sometimes things that might have been discriminatory, I've also experienced sometimes where I've been treated even better because of it. But the thing that I would really say is there seems to be this push at the moment, and it seems to be they're trying to push, they think in the same direction. It's actually two different directions. One is a push for equality, and the other one is a push for diversity. You can't have both, because if you're into diversity, you have to acknowledge that my experiences in life, the things that I'm going to need and the things that I'm going to have, are going to be totally different to yours. And so if you treat me with absolute equality, that may be beneficial to me or it may not be. If you treat us as if we're all different, then you can't have absolute equality because we're all different. We're all for different things.
So Shaquille, I think we need to acknowledge that there are extreme racial differences. At least I'm gonna talk in one of my passports right now in the U.S. When it comes to access to justice, there are extremely well documented instances of racial inequality affecting people in literally life and death situations. Let's not pretend that doesn't happen. So maybe when we talk about equality, we should just talk about equality at the bare minimum threshold of making sure people have access to the basics, including, health and safety, education, food security, the right to get housing. I mean, let's not pretend that that there isn't racial injustice. At least in the U.S., I'm not going to speak to Australia. That's not one of my passports. But I think that it would be naive of us to pretend that that doesn't exist. At the same time, do I want to see?
No, if I just interrupt you there quickly. But what you're doing is you're drawing the conclusion that if a disproportionate amount of people with a certain skin color don't have great healthcare or don't have great education or don't have great housing or any of those sorts of things, that the correlation is the same as the causation. That it's because of
I'm looking at causality studies. I'm looking at scientifically valid studies where you have you have a sample of people who look different, who go for the same job, and there are some people who are discriminated against, even not because of their skin color, but because the name implies that they will have a different skin color, right? These are scientifically validated studies that discrimination does exist. I'm not looking at population level data and saying there's a correlation between this and that. I'm looking at actual causality. And we have documented this again and again in plenty of journals that have incredibly high standards in terms of peer review and scientific standards. So I think it's naive to pretend that discrimination doesn't exist. But I think we could have a really productive conversation to say, given that there are a lot of discriminatory tendencies, even just in perhaps basic human nature when it comes to homophily and evolutionary psychologists will argue for certain things. Even if we accept that that is almost baked into human nature, a more productive conversation is, where do we go with this? And how do we make sure that people, because of their differences, can thrive, not in spite of them?
And I agree with that. Thank you so much. And I think Bill has his hand up. You want to say something, Bill? It's hard to see you because of the light behind you.
Oh,
there you go.
All right. Well, I hope that's better. I was simply going to say this. That, I think it's a false choice between equality versus diversity. I think they're not mutually exclusive. I think Dr. Gardner is right on point, and I think their argument goes essentially with, at least in the U.S. and around the world, Black Lives Matter and the other types of protests, are essentially arguing this, that if we get equality, that is to say, I'm in the same classroom with other people and things of that nature, of differing racial or backgrounds, if I have the same playing field, then at the end of the day, my skills, my talents, or her skills and her talents might win out the day. So that we're both competing for a job, given that we have the same baseline, then that might naturally lead to diversity based on skills, talents, EQ, IQ, whatever it is. And I think that that's the thrust of their argument. So I don't necessarily think that there is a mutually exclusive nature to equality versus diversity. I think Dr. Gardner is completely right. It's cause, effect, and in what order do we address it? And obviously we have to acknowledge that, at least here in the United States, it was 400 years. And I don't know how you get over 400 years and then say, well, everybody's, got the starting at the same point right now. And that also includes, it's not just black, white, or racial, but it's also gender. Because remember, women didn't have the right to vote up until 1920. Prior to that, it was really crazy when everybody started. We know what was happening with African American slaves in terms of the population.
Let's don't forget the Native American Indians either. They still have a hard time voting right now, which I've found very difficult to learn about. But I was reading about it the other day that they have to get out there and help make sure that the Native American Indians still can go vote. I had no idea they had a problem with that. So
the problem I find with a lot of these situations is they get hijacked. There's no doubt about the things that are going on. We do need more diversity. But yesterday in the UK, an MP, a female MP who is black, went onto Twitter and said, I've been socially profiled and stopped by the police. She wasn't driving. The driver was a white driver. They were stopped because it was a nice car, apparently. That is what has come out of it. But that MP has done that for her own political gain. That is when you start losing the powerful message, is that people hijack it for their own gain. And then, of course, everybody's then like, well, where do I sit? Because is it true what you're saying? Is it not what you're saying? You know, and that's just an example of what happened. And I just feel that the people in power, again, we always keep going back to the people in power, have to get the message right and have to take themselves out of the equation and then go on what's really happening and not look to gain out of it. Because when people gain,
I mean, I'm totally different from most people, right? I've got an Australian accent, apparently. I don't think it's that strong, but apparently I've got a strong Australian accent. I actually normally have long hair, but I had surgery before, so I normally have long hair down to about here. So nobody picks me as being a hedge fund manager or knowing anything about economics or finance. And I travel a lot all over the world. And yes, of course, we will sometimes see racism or sexism or different things like that. But I don't think, unless you're specifically looking for it, I don't think that's the norm. I think there are exceptions, and sometimes you see it. But I just don't think that it's sort of on this systemic basis, which has been, really sort of brought up by politicians lately, where it's this big major thing, and every person of color is experiencing this horrendous racism. That just hasn't been my experience. Now, if the white people
generalizing from an N of one, and that's always a bad idea. Don't generalize from an N of one. You cannot generalize from your own experience.
Okay, but Jim, I had these fascinating conversations when I was actually down in Georgia, of all places. And I went down to like some really, really rural parts of Georgia, and I was fascinated by this thing that I was hearing about them not being able to vote because they didn't have ID. And so I asked the people down there, like, do you know anybody who doesn't have ID in 2020? Like, is this something that's happening in Georgia? And they were like, what? Of course.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I don't think it. Look, I didn't meet anybody in Georgia, North Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi. I didn't meet anybody in any of those states that would tell me that they actually knew people who were adults who either didn't have ID or didn't know how to get it. Okay, it just wasn't something that I was hearing. Now, maybe I wasn't in the right parts, but it just seems to me that especially over the last 10 years or so, generally when it comes to racism issues and how I've been like racially profiled or how I have experienced racism, it's always somebody who's white that has to tell me about it. They've got to tell me how I've been racially abused. Because I'm sitting there all the time going, what happened? I didn't see the racism. Oh, no, that person was so racist against you. And I'm like, are you a white person going to tell me? Like, what are you talking about?
Shaquille, I just don't think you're representative. I just think you're a different kind of guy.
No, he is a curiosity. Okay, you don't understand. Shaquille is a curiosity. Okay, whatever that means.
we think that David Illinois.
He's an outlier. He's an outlier. Or as Nick would say, he's a deviant.
He's a deviant, right?
Is it not so difficult to get it across on this channel when we are such a diverse channel and we understand these situations? It's very hard to explain something when we are actually taking part in the solution rather than the problem, isn't it?
Well, and I think that's one of the things I like about us is we actually whiteboard a solution as opposed to complain about it being a problem. We know the problems exist. We know that the problems have existed for years, but and Shaq, when you talk about people who don't have ID, there are a lot of people in the United States who do not have a legal ID. A lot of people.
Yeah, well,
for whatever reasons, we don't know why they choose not to.
Well, you also find out some things that I didn't even know about, like even access to the internet, Shaquille, because I'm used to access the internet and high-speed internet. We're on Google Fiber. But there was a study done in Microsoft that says 23 million people have no access to the internet here in the United States. That's a big number. And up to 162 million have no access to high-speed internet. So what happens?
I wonder how many of those people have access to SMS messaging, like for instance, old even Nokia cell phones and things like that.
I don't know, but it's a bigger number than I would even think.
When I worked in smart cities, those were numbers, Nick. And Nick, you live a golden spoon life. And a lot of people don't have that golden spoon life, and not even a silver spoon. So
silver spoon's better.
Right, but I'm just saying you work hard for what you have, but there are, when I was working in smart cities, that they were trying to get it so that Wi-Fi could be accessed by everybody, because but they feel like you and I believe the biggest gap between financial sustainability and poverty is the financial literacy. And they believe that any kind of literacy, the big gap is lack of technology, and that is lack of internet right now.
Right.
And they said, they were telling me the same numbers you were sharing, and I'm like, that's almost believable when you look at the fact internet can cost you $40 a month, not just for your phone, like Julian's talking about, where you can SMS and maybe Google. But so recently I was talking with one of my doctors whose son's going back to school this year. He's in just started middle school. And I feel like I've watched him grow. And she was telling me that every student is being assigned, like we used to get the calculators. Remember the TI whatever calculator? Yeah, so now they're each getting assigned the same laptop.
Yeah.
So every student has to get the same laptop in order. And my question is how is every student getting access to internet? Because not every
it's the internet. Getting access to the internet's important, not so much
and and that's why there was this idea that I worked on where basically I was just trying to make it possible to access the internet via SMS. And at the time, mainly one of the reasons I decided, I made pretty good progress with it, but one of the reasons I didn't keep pushing it too far was I wasn't sure if there was much of a demographic that would really need something like that. But this is making me think maybe, something like that would be helpful.
Yeah, because the thing is that it also is the expense. Apparently, the United States were third in the world behind Iceland and Norway than the U.S. per cost for broadband. And so what happens, and this kind of was unearthed, it's just like Katrina unearthed this population problem that we have. This was unearthed because of COVID-19. They're sending kids back home. They're going to study on the internet, and they're going to learn through the internet. And then they found out they don't have the computers and they don't have access to the internet. And I fell out of my chair because where I live and grew up, and everybody had access to the internet. Everybody had, high-speed broadband internet. And now all of a sudden I find out, wait, that's not the case. There's a whole group of people that don't. And we also know internationally, because we broadcast in Africa, that we actually have to work with our African partners to bring up their internet speed, because but it's cheaper there than it is in the United States. In other words, around the world, it's actually cheaper to access it.
It's free. It's being handed out to them for free. And China, it's free. Japan, it's free. I mean, when the guys from Huawei came over here, and I was working with some of them, I'm not ashamed that I did some work with them. But when Huawei was over here a lot, and one of the executives was telling me, wow, I don't understand. I have to pay for internet everywhere I go. So in one day, he spent like $50 just buying internet, going from one location to the hotel to literally. And then he said, he has to pay for it on the airplane. He has to. And he goes, I don't understand America. He goes, it's free in China. Here's our device and we have internet. That was just free enterprise. Why are you trying to do business here? Right.
I caught a train called the Garden. It's quite a famous train that goes through the centre of Australia, which is a very, very remote part of Australia. And on one of the stops on the train, we did a bit of a tour, and they were actually showing us a thing called the School of the Skies. And this was how a lot of the kids that were growing up in these really remote parts of the country were actually able to get their education. They had video conferencing, and they were using satellites and all this sort of stuff. And I was quite impressed by that, because I think most Australians, Will, you'll probably agree with me here, most Australians feel that we are technologically behind the rest of the world. But I think we did a really good job on that one. What I will say, just so people don't think that I'm trying to suggest that there's no racism, there's no discrimination, anything like that. I think that it's a real shame that in countries as wealthy as the UK, Canada, Australia, and especially the United States, that we see food insecurity issues. We see people without adequate shelter. That we see, kids growing up without adequate education. All of those things, and healthcare, of course. All of those things are things that need to be dealt with. Absolutely, they have to be dealt with. We are smarter than that. We are better than that. And we can do a better job. I don't think there's anybody on the other side of that that's saying, hey, this is fantastic, we have these problems. But getting there just by saying, well, there's discrimination, so we're going to artificially prop some people up, is not, I think, going to be a solution that's going to work in the long term.
Yeah, I think you're right, that really education and technology can bring people up. But we have to make sure they have access to education and technology and not impede it here in the U.S. Another problem that I'm having, which is when we were dealing with leadership, is that, and this really bothers me. Hey, look, if we can't solve COVID-19, how can we trust our leaders with anything else? In other words, you're going, hey, come on, guys, this should be an easy solve. And the people that do tend to solve it are our friends in Malaysia, who, by the way, I bring up all the time, almost every day, because here, Shaquille, what they do is they look at the United States, they look at Europe. Oh, look how great Sweden's doing. Sweden, with a population of 10 million, only had 5,768 deaths. Sweden's doing great, 5,000 deaths. How are we doing in Malaysia, the country that we do not recognize here in the United States, but Sharif is from Malaysia. So how are we doing with COVID-19 there?
Yes, Malaysia, I want to say that COVID-19 situation, I do not want to say 100% control. Every day, 10, even sometimes 20 people actually affected by COVID-19. But Malaysian, yes. Yes.
And the thing is, when I was reading the demographics of Malaysia, population 32 million total deaths, 125.
Yes.
And that's really something that bothers me, that we don't have numbers like that here in the United States.
Do we have those stats again that you brought up a few weeks
ago? Okay, here are the stats. Okay, United States, obviously, we know we have a population around 330 million, deaths around 160,000. Sweden, population a little over 10 million, total deaths 5,768. We go to Malaysia, population 32 million, total deaths 125. Okay, we ignore it. Like
there you go.
So, mortgage rates fall again. You got to have the mortgage rate ad.
Yeah, I need to get this into a quiet mode. I just haven't changed my computer, so we're going to see the ads. But they got to eat too, right? These guys put together all of this data for us. Okay. They deserve a little bit of credit for it because.
Yeah, it does go by country. Scroll down, and you'll see.
So I'm going to scroll it down, but I want you to see how much what we have done, and chart wise. To me, it's pretty interesting. But then
here we go.
Down here,
let's stop right here. You look at the United States. No matter how you cut the numbers here, you have 165,000 deaths, and you go to death per million, which is very important. We have 500 deaths per million population. Now let's scroll down to Malaysia.
It wasn't as bad as Peru, but when you go down to Malaysia, Iceland, Japan,
you got to keep going down to get to Malaysia.
I'm trying to look at there are some countries that are suffering more than us, but we should have been the leader in curing this. But look at the Philippines, China.
Wow. If you can trust the data.
If you trust the numbers. That's what I was going to say about Russia.
The other problem. But let's keep going down, because as we know, Malaysia was
Sweden's not doing as well as China is doing.
Sweden's not doing as well as Norway is doing.
Netherlands is not doing as well as Sweden is. I mean, how awful is it?
Yeah, let's keep going down. Let's go find Malaysia.
So the Netherlands are not too bad. Portugal,
Japan. This is tiring out.
Look at Japan had, but we know Japan was going to fare through this pandemic. Nigeria, I will tell you guys this: in Nigeria, they ramped up their testing. So they were doing mandate testing at one point in time, but Nigeria are the ones who survived the Ebola. When Ebola, if you watch the movie 93 Days, it's free on IBM TV. Go to our movie section. It's a wonderful.
Nigeria has the most robust economy in Africa, doesn't it?
It is the largest right now. Lagos is the largest city.
Look at Kenya. I mean, Kenya's not so bad. Venezuela is doing pretty well. But most of these countries that are faring well had a pandemic policy, maybe a pandemic team, but they had procedures in place that they knew to follow. Madagascar, well, I don't think there's many people who live there, the animals.
You're watching too many movies, Mauritius.
I know, right?
The National Geographic. That's all.
Doing pretty good.
My favorite place, Greece.
Hong Kong,
my favorite place. Look at Greece. Greece is only 20 deaths. And you would think a country like Greece, where they're big huggers and close knit families, but I think these people, most of these people, look at Cuba. I think actually in Cuba they shoot the people so they can count it as a murder instead of a COVID death.
Oh, gosh.
But, No, that's just me being facetious.
Yes, I know.
So
They haven't been Antarctica that I'm aware of.
Well, look at New Zealand, way down there.
Yeah,
and look at Iceland.
4 deaths per million.
Female prime minister.
They've had zero new transmission for weeks.
I mean, look at you look at some of these. It's just insane. Iceland, they had only 10
New Zealand, 4 per million. Unbelievable.
Malaysia.
Jordan, Gambia, Syria. I mean, all of these countries, but majority of it is because they choose to work by an ethic. Right?
San Marino is not doing so well.
I still haven't found Malaysia.
Yeah, it's not the Malaysia.
Going down. Where's Malaysia? It's down there somewhere. You guys had Cayman Islands, hardly any. Maybe I'll go down to the Caymans. I like the Caymans.
I like using Canada as a bit of a control to compare the United States' response. Here in Canada, it's so much better.
Oh my gosh, St. Vincent had 1 case.
I'm sorry, Julian, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, yeah, sorry to interrupt. I was just saying I like using Canada as a bit of a point of comparison to compare, the United States' response to, because here in Canada, it's been fairly mild, especially in comparison to the US. And if you look at the map that shows, the outbreak on the continent, basically, it's just like a brick wall disconnecting the two nations. It just goes from bright red, especially in New York, to, practically non-existent at all. And I thought that was kind of interesting because it's a direct comparison, almost as close as you can get, because Canada in many ways is just like, the little cousin of America.
I'd like to give you
We wiped Malaysia off the map.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Okay, now check this
the
out.
last figure from Ontario, the biggest province of Canada, for yesterday. There were 10 new cases and 1 death.
Okay, 10 new cases. That's huge. Okay, Malaysia, total amount of 125 deaths per million, like 1. I mean, it's horrible. When you look at the United States, 500 per million.
Canada did well, given they're next door to us. What is Mexico doing? We don't even ever look at Mexico.
Well, Mexico's had some problems. There's no question about that. I don't know what the numbers are.
And is the Rio
Canada, you just
still
passed
having-
it. Wait, Canada. I thought you just passed it. You're now back up to the United States. Keep scrolling down. You'll find, Canada.
Colombia has done.
Keep going down. We'll find what
Yeah.
are they doing in Canada?
It's
Yeah,
hard to
right there. Right there. Canada has. Stop it! Stop!
I'm right here. I'm
6,000 deaths on a population around 24 million, compared to Malaysia 32 million, 125. Nothing really to brag about. But obviously better than the United States. But if you look at the death per million, 238.
Yeah.
Indonesia only has 21. See, this is what I'm saying. Canada, US, Europe, you guys are horrible compared to what they do in the Pan-Asian area.
South Asia.
It's true. It's true.
Ignore.
It's interesting to see
It's not a country.
on this list because Saudi Arabia is quite a difficult country to get into. You need all sorts of visas and stuff like that. So it's interesting to see their rate being so high. You wouldn't think they would have. I would have expected them to just be quite low on the list. Actually, I wouldn't expect them to be as high as that. Same with Iran, to be honest.
Yeah,
well,
but it's amazing being the world's largest economy, which I'll let everybody know, being purportedly having the best and the brightest and the most expensive medical system in the world. We get this result. I mean, how can I have a lot of faith?
India, 32 deaths per million in India.
Look at what Italy's done.
But 32 per million, that's a very, very low number for a country that is as densely populated as India can be.
Well, I will say India really has taken this very serious, even though they had some very heavy spikes.
But it's also a hard country to get.
Their medical care, because we have their doctors on our shows during the week. Their doctors are front line on top of this, and their goal is if we get sick, we're still going to make sure and work hard to make sure we don't have a high death rate, and they address this very quickly. They they're all giving, very humble country. The majority of the people are giving and trying. They're trying to survive. So one of the things that has bothered me, and this was something that was mentioned yesterday, and I I've kind of taken it home with me. I'm trying to sort it out. I know that there's different strains, but they're already finding out that people recover are getting reinfected. I mean, what a hell of a blow, right?
Yeah.
And we heard about this about 2 months ago in China, that people were going home and they were getting reinfected. My question was, were we sending them home too soon? Maybe it was still in them. They have learned that, one of the doctors told me that they have recently learned that the virus has learned to mutate itself, because the virus apparently has learned that it dies when the body dies. So now the virus is learning to keep the body alive longer so that it survives, and transfer of the host itself. So apparently this virus has a little bit of intelligence, and
that might work out to keep us alive. We can all just live with COVID in a sort of happy sort of marriage between us.
We're going to have to learn to live with it.
Well, in South Dakota, they believe in herd immunity. So they're all going to this motorcycle, 250,000. They'll say, we'll all get it, we'll all die, and then we'll all be immune. So
but this was what was really interesting, because I was under the impression that most vaccines give you a very small dose of the disease or the condition itself, and then it triggers an immune response. And this was very interesting because I think the first person, this happened quite a while ago. There was a lady in Japan, I think, who was cleared, and then she got it again like 2 days later, which was concerning, because I was under the impression if you caught it, it was kind of like having chickenpox as a kid. Like if you caught it, your chances of getting it again were really, really low. But that doesn't seem to be the case in this instance, because it's mutating.
Well, there may be also exceptions to any rule, because you can even get chickenpox twice. Okay, I mean, it's not impossible. So there's always going to be, I think there are always going to be exceptions to the rule, and then media, a lot of cases, will blow up these anecdotal exceptions rather than showing, okay, this is the general rule. But what bothers me more than anything is watching the United States fail at something that should be relatively simple, and that's how to contain coronavirus. Then when I looked at what was happening in South Dakota and other places around the country, you can see why it fails. I mean, our policies and procedures are just absolutely horrible compared to Sharif's policy and procedures that in Malaysia, and we ignore Malaysia. Our thoughts about Malaysia is this: as far as we're concerned about Malaysia, it doesn't exist.
I know where it is.
Because you just get rid of it,
I know where it is.
Oh,
I know where it is now.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Sharif has
but Nick, I want to hear from our Washington insider. What's going on? What's the messaging coming out of Washington?
Yeah, because they're signing new bills, new financial reliefs. But what is going on in DC, Bill?
Bill, can you should they all be in an insane asylum is the first question, and then what are the crazy people saying? That's the second.
Okay, let Bill talk.
Okay, no, that's fine. I can tell you that it depends on who you think is crazy. I mean, on any given day, all stuff. Right now, it's hard to tell. I mean, the Democrats are trying to put together, and fundamentally, the motivations are different. But the Democrats are trying to put together a comprehensive bill so that they can say to the American people, as part of their campaigns over the next 80 or some odd days, that, listen, we delivered to the American people. Put us in charge and we can deliver. Now, the Republican side wants to be able to say, hey, we delivered in these core areas, but the Democrats are holding you up on everything else. And so they're fighting over who they can make who gets to make the argument that they delivered and who is getting blamed for the intransigence. And I don't necessarily see that that's going to change, particularly with the president executing or signing the executive orders over the weekend, which are in large part constitutionally troubling. So I see maybe another week or so, and I suspect a lot of this is going to be motivated by the reaction out in the rest of the country. Because when people aren't getting the $1,200 checks, and when now that PPP has ended, when all of that begins to cascade, and more importantly, as we look ahead, in October, all of the funding for the airline industry also ends, and then you're going to see massive layoffs. And if by then we don't have things together, either people will be blaming each other for electoral purposes, or they will get a deal together, and then each side will try to go out and sell the message that they were the ones.
Bill, I would like to ask you a question on this. Do you think that we should just revert back to the people's vote rather than the electoral vote? Because I feel like that just kind of destroyed us this last time. You know, the people's voice rang out, maybe small gap, but what is your opinion on that? Yeah.
On the electoral college versus the national vote, popular vote. I mean, that's it's interesting. I'll lay out the arguments, and then different people may have different answers. And that is the electoral college. It went through two different phases. Initially, when it was established, it was because each state had so many electors, and they just thought each state would just vote for their electors for their own home state candidate. So they bifurcated, and they said, "Listen, we'll give you more, but your first one can be for, you know, your home state person, but the second one has to be for somebody else." Thereby, the thought was that the second vote that they cast for somebody outside their state would be the consensus person and move on to the presidency. That later changed when they found that the electoral college was having, you know, issues, because humans do what they do; they manipulate the system. And so what we had today, well, from that, they said, hey, listen, the big states, like, say, New York, California, Texas, Florida, should not have necessarily a greater voice than the smaller states. And the fear currently with the Electoral College is that if we were to abolish it, smaller states, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, would not get the attention of national politicians, because they would naturally go to where the population bases are, West Coast, East Coast, and then down south, and everybody else would generally get ignored, with perhaps Michigan, Illinois, and to a lesser extent, Wisconsin. So obviously that runs up in the face of the argument that's gone on both with Bush v. Gore in 2000, the popular vote discrepancy, and most recently Clinton versus Trump. There is currently a proposal that requires all 50 states to adopt first, and that is that the Electoral College will vote the way the national vote, popular vote goes.
Yep.
And I think that's been signed on by like 37 states as we sit right now.
Wow.
Now, that having been the dialogue, you can decide which way. Do you want to value smaller states, make sure campaigns go into Iowa and New Hampshire and Maine and stuff like that, so that those people have a meaningful voice? Or do you just want to say, hey, listen, we're just going to follow where the population goes, and that's primarily where the campaigns will be? And it seems to me the danger with that is that you might ignore those population centers that are not as large as other parts of the United States. I tend to think that there is a solution that incorporates the national popular vote. I don't quite know, because I haven't really thought extensively what that answer is. But Jim, I think you're right. There is an issue, because it seems just so unfair that you have a nation of 300 some odd million, and the majority of the people that vote in one direction, they don't win the election because of the Electoral College. And that is problematic. And I certainly hear, that issue. I just don't
Bill, do you think gerrymandering might have some effect on this as well, the way they gerrymander electorates?
Absolutely. And more recently, you've seen a couple of cases that where you've got, say, in a particular state, I'm not going to be biased against a particular state, where they gerrymandered it such that they were able to carve out and put a majority of Republicans and a minority of Democrats in each of the districts, so that even though there were more Democrats in the state as registered voters in the population, the Republicans walked out with 90% of the seats. And so you're absolutely right. And more importantly, as you dig deeper on the gerrymandering, that's also directly related to the census count, which is why if you dig deeper, you'll see what Trump and his administration is trying to do with the people who are not documented. And the interesting point on that, it's a footnote, and then I'll end, and I defer to the group. and that is this: that the Constitution does not say and does not require. Actually, it requires the exact opposite. It doesn't say legal residents of the United States. It just says all people. And then that was later buttressed by the 14th Amendment, where it says, listen, we're counting everybody in the United States. And that was originally understood and meant to mean everybody, whether legal or illegal, just however many people.
Slavery had a lot to do with that. Yeah.
Right. So I don't mean to be too much of a nerd on this one, but the census is important because the census is also the basis for the allocation of money for schools, for healthcare, for community block grant funds across the United States. And it's based on the population. And the census only coming once every 10 years will define the map both financially with the budget for the next 10 years. That's one. Two, the population count will be used when they get back into the shenanigans of gerrymandering, which ultimately leads to the electors and such. I apologize for taking up too much time.
No.
It's good to know that the system is still being gamed.
Well, yeah, obviously it is. And also, I just think that we need a genius to figure this out. And Julian,
how do we have a resident genius? Good, we'll bring him in.
He lives in Canada. He doesn't care.
He lives in Canada. He doesn't care.
Well, I am American.
I wonder if he's going to count for our census anymore since he defected and went to Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge, it's a large problem because it kind of gets down to the issue of like, what does it mean to have a sense of self on a social level? Because depending on what that sense of self is, it could be something that's more determined, by, if it's determined by the contributing opinions of each individual that contributes to the overall collective, then that would mean that there is more, I guess you could say American essence in the places that have higher populations of Americans. But at the same time, if we're trying to, just base the United States of America's identity, I guess you could say, on the notion of having multiple states, then you kind of do have to choose your priorities. You have to choose whether or not you rather respect, like on paper, the title of a state or an individual's ability to contribute to the active development of the nation's politics by way of their vote and by way of, their contributions via the tax system. So it kind of gets down into what we really value, not only as, a collective, but it also kind of gets down to what we view even ourselves as, or how we even, define, like I said, an identity altogether.
Well, Bill, I've got to ask. Right. I've got to ask this question, Bill, because the administration is currently toying with the census, and so this has long-range, long-term implications, as you're pointing out. And what do we do about that?
Well, okay, that's interesting, and I suspect the Democrats already know it, and if they don't, they should be watching this because I'm about to give them the answer. And that is the following, that the Constitution requires the president to report. And let me just take a step back. The president went and wanted to have a U.S. citizenship question. The Supreme Court said, no, that's not good enough. So the census had to count everybody, regardless of legal or illegal. Now, all of that information, now the president's now saying, hey, to the guy running it, that, hey, I want you to, after you get all the raw numbers, I want you to take out all the people that are illegal. Well, there's no way of knowing. That guy, I mean, if I got a report and I'm just looking at information that leaves the data stream out about who's legal or who's legal, how am I going to make that decision? Okay. But nevertheless, he's going to make whatever decision. He's going to send it to President Trump. President Trump is probably going to say, okay, I like this and I like that, as he's wont to do on many issues. However, the Constitution requires him only to hand the report over to Congress, and ultimately it's Congress that decides what the actual census numbers are. And that's going to be interesting, Jim, because the census numbers won't come out until after this election. So in this election, if the Democrats control the Senate and the Democrats maintain control of the House, the president can hand over whatever he wants up to June, July, or January 20th, okay? Thereafter, Congress can go back in and say, hey, we want the raw numbers. And then that is what census is going to be determined. So if the Democrats are listening, they should work on taking back the Senate, winning the White House, and then going through and deciding what the actual census numbers should be.
Thank you. That's actually a little ray of sunshine.
Your comment before about the 14th Amendment, I mean, some of that had to do with obviously recognizing slaves as being, citizens and actually people and not, property. But also some of that had to do with the fact that, in those days, if you're moving to the United States, it's going to take you, a couple of months to come over on a ship or whatever, however long it took, and you weren't going there for a holiday. Whereas if I want to come to the United States, COVID notwithstanding, I book a ticket, I'm there tomorrow. Okay, so, I can come over, I can spend, a week in Vegas and have a good time and, come back and, I've had some fun. When I was actually in the US earlier this year, I was actually getting I actually put it up on my Facebook. I kept getting hassled about make sure you're counted in the census. And I actually asked somebody who was over there. I was in California at the time, Jim, and I asked one of my friends, I said, if I was still here, like if I was on holidays here and when the census is out, do I have to actually fill it out? I'm not a citizen. I'm not a resident. I'm not illegally here, but I have no intention of staying. Like I'm just visiting. Do I have to fill it out? Actually, you're supposed to. Under those rules, you're actually supposed to fill that out and say yes, because they're actually counting everybody who's in the country. But I found that interesting. But the idea of people being able to vote just because they're in the country, to me, sounds a little bit absurd, because then, Julian, Willie, actually everybody except for yourself and Kimberly, we could all just fly over to the US and go, hey, let's vote the US election to see what happens. It's a bit of fun. We'll vote someone else's election.
Let's hear from Bill.
Okay, actually, I just want to separate, because there are two different issues. The counting in the census on that issue, it would be if you were staying here, because one of the rules with the census count is that you actually live here. So if you came on holiday and for any period of time, the question is, do you live here? Because if you live here, regardless of your status, the census would say that you would be counted. So that's one important distinction. On the second issue, though, I think that we may be conflating inadvertently the difference between being counted for the census and actually being qualified to vote.
Right.
Two separate things. So
that were two separate issues. But I'm just saying, if you're suggesting the 14th Amendment allows anybody who is in the United States to vote,
who lives here.
Well, who lives here? Okay, well, I live in the United States for a month because I'm staying there for a month.
No,
I haven't decided yet whether or not I'm going to stay. I'm just trying it out.
Your turn.
No. I leave this to you, Bill, because I'm too exasperated now to speak.
Well, so I would like to. Well, Nick is gone. I was hoping he would be here on this question. There's this new executive order that's come out, changing. I guess I could not quite understand the president's speech where he said, that he's going to cut our tax and defer it, is what he said. Defer, which a lot of people don't understand. Defer means you pay later. But then in his speech, he said, if I become president in November, I might just waive it all together and get rid of it altogether. What are your thoughts on that, Bill? You've seen as much as any of us have, but you've been around as long as I have, watching presidents make unrealistic promises. But he sounded pretty serious that he's just going to get rid of payroll tax.
Okay, that's one of the issues about whether or not it's actually constitutional, because only Congress can decide.
That's right.
Tax policy, and then send it to the president too.
Allegedly.
Right. So that's piece one with the payroll tax, and you're also correct, simply by pointing out that it's a deferral, not a waiver. Meaning that it may not be taken out of my paycheck until December, but then come January, it's all going to be taken out of my paycheck, which is a disaster. Now,
very disastrous.
But then there's the ultimate question that you asked about whether or not, and this is where the Democrats, I believe, are apoplectic, and that is that the president's saying that he will waive it after he's reelected. He has no authority to do that because only Congress has the authority over spending, taxes, and all this other stuff. And so, in that regard, here, and I'll just take a few seconds on this. It is so fundamentally important because, on the one hand, there's a certain segment of the population that gets that what he is saying is not true. But there's another segment of the population that says, well, he said it, so therefore it must be true. So him saying it is creating the mindset and the impression in a vast majority of people that, well, the president said if I vote for him, I'm never going to have to pay, that stuff again. And that is not true. And that is the deception in this campaign versus what others point out that, hey, this is what he said, but this is what the law said. Now,
I felt like I was in a high school watching high school campaign. You remember how in high school the president would get there? I'm going to make sure we don't have, we all get recess for 2 hours. Yeah, right.
Y'all get letter sweaters.
Right.
I mean, in American politics, do the Democrats not also say things that aren't true? In Canada, Julian and Sasha, is it Labor, the Labor and Liberals? Do they not say things? Or sorry, the Liberals and Conservatives, do they not say things on both sides that aren't correct? Willie,
yeah, don't make the argument that it's qualitatively the same, because this is an order of magnitude different. And
why?
So don't just say everybody lies. I'm so sick of that argument.
Well,
it's one of the things that people will say to give yourself a pass, to say that this guy is lying. He's a pathological liar. He lies all the time. We have 20,000 plus documented lies or misstatements of fact. And so this has not been happening all through history of our political system.
But Tommy, do you believe that the president who lies 100 times a day or more could be still very effective president at the same time?
But this is the point that I tried to make a few weeks ago, right? Why was Donald Trump elected in the first place? I mean, I remember when there was that, that leaked audio recording of him saying that he was going to, grab a girl by her nether regions, and I don't think there were many people going, yeah, that's the guy for me. Like, that's the man that I want as president. Okay, I think that there were people that were just sick and tired of the political class. The people who are sick and tired, like I've pointed out, about very vague regulations that are being abused by federal prosecutors who have ambitions to higher political positions, etc. I think that's why they elected Donald Trump.
Well, he's a con man too. That helped. And also, you were sick of the system, but it can make it worse. We could make it worse by making it sick of the system.
But Donald Trump, if you are absolutely correct in what you're saying, if you are 100% correct in what you're saying, that Donald Trump is a symptom of a broken system. And instead of focusing on how to fix the actual system itself to make politics more representative of what people actually want and need in the country, instead, everyone's just focusing on Donald Trump. And
the thing I agree with you. Our system is broke because we work with a two-party system. But to correct all of you guys on why did Donald Trump get elected, and this just blew my mind. Majority of the people did it because they did not like Hillary. And when I would go to the VA hospital and sit there at the VA hospital, I would hear men say, there is no way in hell I'd vote a woman in. No way in hell. And I would look at him and go,
it's not just sexism, though.
Than him, but I'm not going to vote for a person because they're a man or a woman.
I still can't believe Obama got elected.
Well, and I think that
what happened to all the white racists? What happened to all the white racists during those elections? I mean, the first time
I guarantee they didn't vote for him.
Well,
the big numbers like they did when they came out to support Donald Trump.
Did Obama win the electoral, or was he not the electoral vote?
Oh no, he won hands down.
I think he won both. I think he won both.
He won hands down the regular vote. So, but I think people. Obama just was such a calm voice. All right, we have, and he still, when he walks in the room, he commands presence, right? He doesn't demand.
That eulogy he gave for John Lewis was amazing.
And his presence alone is it's calming. black or white, it didn't matter. He just had that voice. He was highly intellectual, but I agree too that people here were tired of politicians. But I was shocked because I always vote for someone who I'd want to do business with. And I certainly didn't want to vote or do business with someone who files bankruptcy every time he gets into trouble. I don't want to do business with someone who steals from a child's cancer fund campaign to pay for his campaign. And then he goes, oh, I'll pay it back later. I personally, I don't want to do business with somebody like that. So I certainly don't want them running my country. But this country, I think that they saw a man who would give them absolution for doing things that they could do.
But I also want
Obama had charisma. Obama had charisma.
Yes.
And so did Bill Clinton. And that I think worked a little bit against Hillary, because Hillary just didn't have quite, and she never really has had quite the same charisma as Bill Clinton had. I actually had the great pleasure of meeting them when I was like 11, 12 years old. But look, I will just say, look, I actually think that she would have made a good president. I think that some of the things that really went against her were things, not just about the email stuff, but the Benghazi stuff and all that kind of thing. And I actually personally
director coming out at the last minute.
Yeah, looking at it from a distance, I actually think it was a little bit unfair the way that she was depicted personally, in that, she's been in politics pretty much her entire career. So there's always going to be some sort of bad decision, or a decision that you can view as being, you can dissect anyone's political career. And I think that counted against her where it shouldn't have. I think that was a little bit unfair. But having said that, look, let's also be honest, I don't think she ran a really compelling campaign. And she also talked a lot about social issues to do with gender equality, non-binary equality, skin color equality, that sort of racial equality, all those sorts of things. And a lot of the time, most elections are really determined and are swung on the economy. That's generally how it's speaking, unless there's a major social issue going on.
Well, we're not here to reassess 2016. Let me go back to Sasha's question. Sasha asked the question, can you be a liar and still effective? And the answer is yes.
I want to add something to the gender situation. We are trained, if you become a woman leader, to not focus on the gender issues. In fact, I noticed this when we have other women on. We're very careful. I'll be very open with it. My God, I've worked with nothing but men my whole life. So there is a gender issue. But we are trained not to make that our focal point when we do things as a leader. We became that leader. I have learned through studies of why some women, in areas of field don't survive. And it's because we would be shamed for the same things you guys get famed for. And I want you to think about this, because Clinton screwed around big time. Hillary held her head high, and had to suck it up. Her husband was screwing around with all of these women, big affair explosion, and she still stood by him, and she still held her head high. She might have said a few rude things about that other girl. I probably would have done the same thing, right? But whatever a man will do, they usually get famed for. If a woman did it, they would get shamed for. So that's the way we're brought up. I know you guys think that's funny, but it's
not funny.
No, I don't think that equals charisma. Charisma is a totally different kettle of fish. Charisma is a totally different kettle of fish.
Let Willie talk. Let Willie talk. Go ahead, Willie.
Hi, Willie.
No, I'm just saying charisma is a totally different kettle of fish.
It is.
You stand up and you authentic all the way through. There's no ifs and buts about it. You have it or you don't have it. You're authentic or you're not.
Well, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. But in politics, I think that there's a different kind of charisma. And it's a lot of fake on the outside. But Sasha, you had something you wanted to say?
Yes, I had a few comments. First of all, this troubling situation, say at least, about Donald Trump, it starts that he single-handedly changed all foreign politics of United States, which was established at the presidency of Franklin Roosevelt, of course, during Second World War, and that foreign policy was unchanged generally with all the Democratic and Republican presidents until 2016. Well, Donald Trump, he used this wave of popular vote that he's got simply because of appealing that people are abused by bureaucrats and all this. Basically, it was very populist thing what he's done, but he's done it quite skillfully. And let's put it. There is one interesting thing is that neither, well, Democrats for sure, but neither even Republican senators, first of all, wanted him to become a president of the United States. And they were ones who hired Fusion GPS to uncover all dirt on Trump to get rid of him in this preliminary campaigns. And they started, and they did very capable and very good work, but it was very complicated because you had to go through a bunch of stuff that some of them were connected, some of them are not. They uncovered, for example, that scam, what happened here in Toronto. They started a huge condominium hotel project, the best location in town, right in the middle of downtown, and so on and on until there were lawsuits from disgruntled investors. As usual, they were claiming that they were duped, and of course, all the exaggerations of project and so on. And of course, Trump saying, sorry, I'm not part of the project. I just lent my name. It was just a marketing deal, but I'm not part of it. And of course, he was off the hook. All others had to settle and just bankrupt the project. It was purchased by another group of investors. They're doing so now, I mean, during coronavirus. But the major thing where I'm going with all that is that Republican Party and everything what's happened in the last, say, 3-4 years, they are just guilty, or not even probably more than Trump himself. Because Trump himself, there is nothing criminal, nothing new. Okay, here is a crook, a criminal, a man who is operating outside of laws and is involved in money laundering of all kinds of so on. But that's all been known even to Republicans. What's inexcusable is that when the Republicans, I don't want to mention any names like Lindsey Graham or some others, there's just too many of them, who were 100% against Trump and who knew who the Trump is and so on. Once he became a president, what did they do? Oh, they all just lie down, spread their legs, sorry, Kim, and that's basically where we ended up with corrupt president and corrupt Senate just as well, and even more corrupt than Trump, because Trump was corrupt all his life. So now it's American people who will decide what's going to be not only next president, but next Senate just as well.
Sasha, do you think that the influence of the rest of the world, such as Russia and Canada, maybe Julian, you can jump in, all of you guys can jump in. Do you think some of your influences are going to push which way we vote here in the U.S.?
Julian, please, you start. I'll follow.
Julian?
Oh, you're muted, Julian.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. So repeating the question, you're asking if my influence will...
From other countries, do you think the other countries from where you're from are going to influence the way we vote this election?
Not quite. I mean, I think that there will always be, like some influence maybe on like, so there's a certain psychological level that can only be accessed, I guess you could say, with some of the anonymity that comes from the internet. And as such, there are certain, like, I guess you could say, pits of darkness and, the collective consciousness that they will contribute to one's vote. And then those might also be a bit more susceptible to influence from, whatever type of belief system from around the world. So I don't think that there will be, much influence from other nations in the U.S. election. But I think that the discussion about it might be used tactically in order to put, a specific candidate into power.
No, I think you're right. That's a well thought out situation. Willie, what are your thoughts on that from Australia?
Just looking at all the news and television clips that I've watched, I'm a bit worried because maybe I'm looking at the bottom end of the pecking order, because all I'm just seeing is a lot of Karens.
Okay.
What?
Can you say that again, Willie? You kind of.
No, I'm just seeing a lot of Karens.
Karens. Oh.
Karens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a meme concept. Yeah, it's
So-
like
Sharif, what is your, right? What is your input on that from another?
Okay. I want to add something, because all of you are expert. Even you are talking about the US politics. You have better understanding than me about the US politics and what's going on. I just can give some opinion based on the newspaper and article and other things. But I want to add some basic things when we focus on politics. First thing first, I believe that it's not only USA. Even today, I have a program with South Asia. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, the newspaper and their researchers and the policymakers. So every country actually facing same thing. It's not only USA, it's around the world. Many of the countries actually facing these challenges. And COVID actually, in a sense, for me, I think it's a positive thing, because for the COVID situation, at least every country can understand what's going on, because most of the economical aspects and other things, we say this is our GDP, that billions of dollars we are earning, trillions of dollar industry, it's going on. And but in my personal experience, I saw a man, he has 14 bank and insurance and financial institution, billions dollar of pocket, but he died lack of healthcare system, lack of hospitals. He has billions of dollars, but he cannot save himself. But what's the issue? Issue is that we have to focus on the core of the things. All of the country, we are talking about the capitalism, this, that, business, so much of things are, but politics is the most fundamental things. And this area we always cannot focus. And most important thing is that there are elite group of people, there is a highly educated group of people, and they never take this kind of challenges. They said, oh, politics is for bad people. My question is that, example, you are criticized about Donald Trump, but who give vote on behalf of Donald Trump? What is the elite group of people for your country? I don't know. Even every country, they are saying our government is not good, this problem, that problem. So what's your duty? Let's jump on that, try to do something. Yes, I understand that there are many problems, this, that, many things, but at least try. Even in my personal life, I saw that my friend even become Malaysian youth minister with nothing, with his capabilities and with his intellectual ability. So my question is that this is the high time where we should focus. We focus on politics, or we should focus on better policy. I think we should focus on better policy. Why do we focus on? We focus on only billions and $trillion business, or we should focus on better ecosystem. What is our healthcare system? What is our educational system? What is our basic agro-based systems and other things? Always we thinking mega projects and other things. It's not actually ultimately the solution. So I think this is the golden opportunity for everyone, this COVID-19, because this COVID-19 come, we all meet together in IBM TV. This is very good initiative. This is the golden opportunity for everyone. I think next 100 years, maybe we may not get that kind of opportunity. Make a global community, make a proper relationship, make a better ecosystem, and definitely everybody should get involved with politics. I don't know, Mr. Nick should join in the US politics.
Yeah.
Listen, I just found out where Malaysia was the other day.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take baby steps, Sharif.
I have asked a question, an international question. I want Shaq to answer this as well. What do you feel as an outsider? Do you actually influence the way we vote? Does other countries influence the way we vote?
I think so. Yes, I think so, because all of the country, even example, I'm from Bangladesh. I live in Malaysia, even Malaysian community, Singapore community, even India is the biggest economy. This kind of economy, they are actually influenced. They are actually getting guidelines from USA. I think after the Second World War, and they are developing our education system, our even healthcare system. Our healthcare system go for privatization. Everything go for privatization. We actually getting the basic philosophy, understanding. Our politicians, many things actually we have a very good strategical alignment with USA. So this is the things. But now this is good point. You are analyzing. You are criticize your system. This is good. I'm learning every day. I'm learning. That's why I'm listening every time. But my question is that definitely until or unless you cannot change your system, I cannot change my system. If the good people, those who are capable, those who are have that kind of guards that they can help their community, I think they should more involve with this kind of policy, this kind of politics, this kind of alignment. It is very important.
Okay, this just in.
I want to answer this question as well.
I'll answer this as soon as I got this. Just came off the press.
Okay.
Russia is voting for Trump. China is voting for Biden, and then we just got to find out who's going to win the election.
Oh, this is going to be a world war. But Shaq, what is your thoughts on the influence of international play in our election?
So Nancy, sorry, just as a quick side note here, Nancy Pelosi did an interview with I forget his name, Chris Wallace, something like that, on Fox, and I thought she actually handled herself quite well. And I think she said that Iran and China were both preferring Biden. Look, I actually don't think that international involvement in politics has too much of an effect. Certainly, it is the generally polite thing to do not to interfere with another country's politics. From an international perspective, look, I think, especially coming from a perspective of the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce, which I'm the president of the board of advisors of and Holmes is the chairman of, we deal with government leaders and politicians all over the world that sit very left of center and sit very right of center and very moderate. And, it's about trying to achieve something. And so we work across different groups. I don't think that international pressure will generally have much of an effect unless something really cataclysmic has occurred. So, in a case where a war has occurred, or in a case where relationships between countries that should be allies are strained as a result of bad political leadership, that can sometimes have an effect. But generally speaking, I think that most countries, you're going to find that their political leaders are elected based on what they're doing domestically. And I'll just give you one example for that. We had a woman, she's actually my local member, who from Perth, and there was a bit of a question about whether or not she could take up the leadership role for the Conservative Party in Australia. And one of the things that went against her was that she actually spent a lot of time as a foreign minister, which meant she wasn't in Australia very much. And so therefore, she didn't have a lot of impact on domestic politics. So, look, I tend to think that the things that are going to affect America, as you said, we can look at it from the outside in. And even when I'm there's certain things that I'm not going to see or understand about America. So the people that live there, I think, are going to be voting in line with things that they feel are going to affect them far more than they're going to listen to keyboard warriors or people from overseas and their opinions. I'm actually finished.
Yes.
Sweet this time.
Caught us by surprise that you finished.
All right. So I thought Nick was around to do our 1 hour introduction. Nick, can you do our 1 hour?
Oh yeah. Since we're at 20 after, and I might bow out for just a little bit because somebody else is trying to get in, and I don't think I can just.
I need.
Okay, because the thing is, I don't think I can just remove them from the stream.
No, I'm.
Okay. All right. Goodbye. All right. So with that, as we're getting, so we'll be able to bring this next person in who's been trying to get in. I don't even know who they are. With that, we have, Julian Abram, who's actually in Toronto, Canada, via the United States.
Hello.
Okay, who's our resident genius. He was a genius of the Year Award in 2017. Bill Trezevant, our Washington correspondent, who also has a law background. He's an attorney. Sharif is our PhD, and he's in Washington, D.C. Sharif is our PhD scholar from Malaysia. Alexander Starr, Russia, now lives also in Toronto, so he's neighbors with Julian, who also is part of our television program. He does Investing with Sasha on Wednesday and Chess Stars on Saturday. We have Jim Eade, who's with the Eade Foundation, also a FIDE chess master and author of Chess for Dummies. That's his real claim to fame. So he did that. Holmes Stoner, who is also the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce. So he has spent time on that other part of the world, the Pan-Pacific. Shaquille Latmer, who is actually a hedge fund manager out of Perth, Australia, but he's currently in Sydney, Australia. The trains aren't working right now, or the camels, or whatever they have in Australia. I don't know. Maybe they take kangaroos to get on.
You take kangaroos.
Yeah, they take kangaroos. The roos aren't working right now. And speaking about roos, we also have Willie Hill from Melbourne, Australia. Mate, good to have you. He also runs Startup Australia, and they have in Startup Europe, he's got about 10,000 to 20,000 followers. So with that, we are on Economics Monday. And earlier, of course, we had Professor Heidi Gardner from Harvard University on earlier today. For those who joined it, those who didn't join it, you can listen to Heidi because this is all recorded. You can go back and listen to our topic on IBM TV. Now, on one of our topics is TikTok. Our wonderful President of the United States has determined in his infinite wisdom and capacity that he does have, of course, that TikTok has to be sold to an American. All right. Now, the questions that I have: can a president of a country order the sale of a private company to another private company based on national security interest?
Well, isn't that what antitrust rules are all about? You know, breaking up monopolies and selling parts of companies.
Yeah, but the thing is, the antitrust is done by the Department of Justice. So the thing is, it's a technical legal question. In other words, if the United States sues somebody to break them up, they do through the Department of Justice and have the Department of Justice file a lawsuit. This isn't by a lawsuit, this is by executive order. And we have a couple of executive orders that have just come down that I find quite interesting from a legal standpoint. One is, of course, the order of TikTok to be sold. Two was the bailout, and in other words, paying everybody in the United States that is unemployed $400 a week and eliminating the payroll taxes. All of this to me is kind of unprecedented by way of an executive order. Usually it's done by Congress orders the reduction of payroll taxes. Congress writes the check for the bailout. This is being done, all of this, which I just described, is by way of executive order. So the question, which is a legal technical question that the panel is free to answer. Remember, since you're not attorneys, you don't have to opine legally, is does he have the legal capacity to issue executive orders and have them enforced? And since we'll turn to our resident genius, I'm sure you have read all the laws of the United States and digested them as fast as AlphaGo. So you get to go take a stab at this one.
Nick, you're qualified to argue cases in front of the Supreme Court, and you're asking us or in finance.
Absolutely. Okay, Shaquille, we went over this before. Okay, if I'm going to answer a legal question, and by the way, Bill is also an attorney.
Yes.
We have to get a retainer agreement. We have to post certain disclosures. You understand. But the thing is, you can ask and answer all the rest of the panel is free to answer. So you can express what they call a lay opinion on this particular legal matter, Julian. So you can offer your lay opinion.
Careful, Julian. We'll get sued for giving legal.
Yeah, there's no unauthorized practice of law. You're not issuing a legal opinion.
And he's in Toronto.
And you're in Toronto. You've escaped jurisdiction in the United States. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's something, I mean, of course, I can't really speak on with the level of depth and nuance and knowledge of law that others here probably can. But nonetheless, I think it goes without saying that this is definitely related to Trump's kind of subconscious infatuation with China, this whole thing with the China virus. The relationship with TikTok is kind of built into that slightly. I think that maybe there are valid technological concerns, like maybe, Chinese spies could intercept certain transmissions and although there's no evidence that they have. And it's also been said that what Trump's trying to do is technically unconstitutional because he didn't, I guess he didn't give the company a chance to respond per se. But ultimately, whether or not this is constitutional, it could just be a strategic ploy in order to, you know, make his followers respond in kind before the next election.
Yes, Bill will skip you and we'll move to Alexander Starr. For professional reasons, Bill Trezevant being an attorney, will skip him. And we will move on to Alexander Starr, who will express another lay opinion.
Very quickly, I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but this is very popular strategy by Russian gangsters when they are making a move, extraordinary demands. People on the other end, they're caving and they're crying and so on. And it's not that bad. Okay, I will let you keep this and a little bit of that. But that's it. Done. That's nothing new.
Okay. He's so used to that being from Russia. He understands how executive orders work. Sharif,
perfect strategy.
The executive order.
But personal, just business.
Yeah, it's not personal, just business. Executive orders in Malaysia, Sharif.
Yes.
What goes on there?
Executive order about the present situations or what?
Yeah, our present situation. And I'm wondering, do they do that in Malaysia? Does your prime minister issue executive orders and everybody jumps through the hoops?
Okay. Actually, regarding this prime minister issue, I do not want to say because actually it's still in process. It's still in process, and everybody know actually Malaysia has a good legal system, and at least many countries actually do. Unfortunately, many countries have this kind of corruptions, and because I have engagement with different culturals and countries as well. But Malaysian good point is that at least it's come in front and it's in under process. So I do not want to, until or unless it's finished, I do not want to discuss on that particular point. And other than that, you can say I'm actually a very big fan of Malaysia. Even yes, because I said that
you're enticing me to come here, go there, because I was going, you know, the amount of coronavirus deaths. Now I'm very curious how your medical system works over there, because it's so much better than it is here, at least right now. Let's go to the Soviet state of Silicon Valley. Does he have the right to issue these executive orders, forcing a sale of a private company, expending money from the U.S. Treasury? And I know you're a big fan of the people in Washington, D.C., Jim Eads, so give us some insight.
I know that someone read Article 2 to him, but I think somebody should read the rest of the Constitution to him. And a lot of these issues would not come up because some of these things a president can do and some of these things the president cannot do. And a lot of these things have been taken away from Congress where they properly belong. So I don't think all of these executive orders can be lumped in together, because some of them may be doable, but many of them cannot. They simply cannot be done.
I beg to differ.
Okay, we have a differential. Let's go to Australia, mate. Come and interfere with our legal system.
Jim,
come right in.
You have a valid point, but if you look at the bigger picture and what China is doing, then I don't know. Looking from an outsider perspective, what is China doing? Okay, they have a one-party system, which is no party system. Okay, what's happening when you have one party system? You just go tell Hong Kong, hey, you know, you're done, you're gone.
Yes.
Okay, and you bring that back, and you bring that back to TikTok. Okay, what is TikTok? TikTok has a back door that's open to the Chinese government. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that the Chinese government has backdoor information onto you, your telephone number, your data, and everything that is to know about you. And that's what they have. So what President Trump is trying to do, although, hey, I may like or not like the person, but that's what he's doing. Okay? He's trying to block the backdoor that's open, that TikTok's open to the Chinese government.
Yes, national security issue. Shaquille, another view from down under, mate. What about executive orders?
I just respond to Willie, and I can't believe I'm going to defend China actually here. But I was like, I don't know. I must have been taking my medication today. So, Willie, I agree with what you say there, that China's got this sort of backdoor through TikTok, but look at what the NSA's been doing. You know, some of the stuff, what's his name? Oliver, last week tonight, whatever it is, with John Oliver. Yep. He actually did this thing, and he went to Russia to meet with that guy, I forget his name, who sort of leaked how much information the NSA can collect. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, the amount of information that's collected by the US government on their own citizens, let alone everybody else, is pretty scary as well. So, you know, I think it's sort of a tit for tat situation. I don't like the idea of having a backdoor. You know, that the Chinese government can get access to all this information, but also I don't like the fact that any country can really do that. I do believe in personal sovereignty. But to get back to the legal question, because I'm a legal expert, clearly, with absolutely no law degree whatsoever, because there's no way in hell that I'd ever be admitted to any bar anywhere. You make a point, Jim.
That's not true. You were at the bar last night. Come on, Shaquille.
Of course, that bar would. They wouldn't be able to get rid of me. But you made an interesting point there, Jim, where you talked about whether the executive branch is really overstepping the bounds over things that should really be, you know, part of the legislative branch, Congress, I assume. Sorry. You've got three branches, right? Judicial, legislative, and executive.
Correct.
I would also make that argument, to kind of not try to be too repetitive, but, you know, I feel as though that the judicial branch has really overstepped its mark in trying to determine what are very vague laws that really should have been sent back to Congress and the legislative branch to fix. So I think it goes both ways, and it's one thing to read the entire Constitution of the United States to the president. But, I mean, if you were to try and look at all the federal regulations and rules and laws and pieces of legislation, all the different things that go on in the United States, other countries have similar issues, but I haven't yet come across a legal system which is so vague and so big and so cumbersome as in the United States. I personally think that it would be virtually impossible for any person, well-meaning person, let alone a nefarious one, to actually abide by every rule, regulation, and law. I just don't think it would be possible. And I'm reading a book at the moment, not to give somebody else a plug. I'm reading a book at the moment called 3 Felonies a Day that says that the everyday American actually commits 3 felonies a day. And I was talking to a friend of mine, the everyday tourist that goes to America commits about 5 if a prosecutor were to come after them. So, you know, I think these legal issues, it sort of gets back to what I was saying before about, I think, why Donald Trump was elected in the first place, was people being sick and tired of the system being the way it is. And yes, some people didn't like Hillary, and also some people might have just thought she's another politician. Whether he's done a good or bad job's irrelevant, but I think that he possibly is overstepping the mark. I don't know enough about, you know, the legal system in the United States. Possibly he is, but you'd expect that to be blocked or challenged in the Supreme Court if he is overstepping the mark on that one.
Well, of course he is, but that's why we need AI, and that's why Julian's on, and he's always pushing AI, because that's the only hope we have of understanding our legal system.
Sasha, could we have an AI president? Like, could we have like Alpha Zero as the next president?
Alpha Zero will be elected president. Yes. All right. Well, also, since we're at the half hour, we do commercials on IBM TV, and yes, we are not worthy. And we're not worthy. And we have our sponsor with the Family Dollar Store. Lynn Shepard, can you let us know a little bit about the Family Dollar Store, who you are, what you guys do over there?
I guess other than Julian and Bill, I do know everybody, but I'm the owner of an online dollar store. Yes, it is online. We deliver right to your home, unless you happen to live in Bernathen, Pennsylvania, which is where I live, and then we don't deliver to the home. So I have to go to the post office to pick up. But we have over 4,300 items. We ship. I think Mark Lee is working on, he's gotten up to 4,119, and I think he ran out of steam. But we have some wonderful items. We ship for free for orders of over $25. But the important part is that we're supporting the mission of Money Masters PBS. And for those of you who don't know what the mission is, it's to reduce the gap between poverty and financial sustainability by providing financial education and financial fitness. So we love that that mission, and we're happy to support IBM Money Masters PBS and therefore IBM TV. We are giving 100% of our profit to Money Masters through the end of September, and through the end of August. For anybody who signs up, we have something which is the equivalent of a gift card program. We call it gift tokens. Immediately by signing up to become a customer, you get $5 worth of gift tokens, and we will give you an additional $5 if you sign up by the end of August. So we only unfortunately ship here to the United States. Julian, if I picked it up, you're in Canada, so we can't ship to you yet, especially since I know that, because my daughter lives in Toronto, not far from Sasha, I know that that Border Patrol is going to hold it up. Although, if you place an order now, my grandson is hopefully going up on Friday, and we can hide it in his car so that he can deliver it. So there you go. But anyway, so we have some great stuff. I know Jim loves to talk about it. But I'm going to show you what we have. We have face masks. We have 50 face masks in a box for $25. They are 3-ply. So oftentimes I'll wear it while I'm working on the computer because, quite honestly, I don't want the computer to get a virus from me. And if I'm talking to Jim on the other end, I'd be very concerned if he doesn't have his on, which he should. But anyway, so they are 3-ply. They're the equivalent of what you get in medical masks. For those of you who don't know, if you wear the blue in, it protects you, and the white in, then it protects the people on the outside. But why not buy a box of 50 of the masks? They're disposable. They cost you $25. And see, Nick has his on. But if you use the $5 worth of gift tokens, they cost you $20. And I know Jim has figured this out. So because I know he got up early this morning, if he can remember what the number is, if it costs you $20, what is it for 50 masks?
40 cents.
40 cents. There goes Jim. But then we also have some CBD products, which are really great. So we have some CBD patches with lidocaine. I was working outside on Saturday. I didn't listen to Kimberly, and I got some real tendonitis in the upper part of my arm. So Saturday night, I put 2 patches on, and bingo, I woke up on Sunday morning and I didn't have any pain in my arm. They do work. I know some older people who use them on their backs, and they swear by them because it's eliminated the pain they have in the back. Now for Jim uses them as prophylactically as a pain reducer, because when he plays Sasha in chess, he knows he's going to have severe pain, so he'll put them on his head. And of course, to keep from getting tendonitis in the arm by moving the chess pieces, he'll also put them on his arm. So now, Bill and Julian, you've almost heard the whole routine, but we got one more for you. So for those of you who get on, we have Minion napkins. And you can join the Minion Napkin Club because Kimberly, Jim, Mark Lee, and I all are part of the Minion Napkin Club. They're fantastic. But we have lots of items. They're not cheap items. We have name brand items like Johnson & Johnson, Fisher Price, Sesame Street, okay, Dove soap, Irish Spring, which I know is Jim's favorite. We have lots of name brand products. There's one, because we have no ladies on the panel here today, but there's one, it's a face mask. And I think Kimberly was using it this morning, which is why she was late to our meeting this morning. But she has no lines in her face. We also have a line reducer and we sell the face masks for $2. She buys them over the counter for over 25. We have a line remover that costs $67. And hello to David K. And thank you for becoming a customer, David. So in any event, the point is that on Amazon, the line reducer costs $67 plus shipping, and we have it for $4.99. So
can I ask you a question here?
Go ahead.
About your products. So if because Kimberly has now left us, and we had another guest earlier who was a female, but while it's just us guys, if one of us were to buy one of the $2 line reducing face masks for our other partner, and she got really upset with us and said, "What are you trying to say?" Would the lidocaine work? If we put the lidocaine on her, would that make it less painful for us as a result?
No, you'd have to put it on you to make it less painful for you, because if a woman gets that mad, the lidocaine patch isn't going to work. I hate to say that. So
there's a reason why for this long.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys one more question? It's very important. Now I think I know, because you're selling the masks so cheap. Can someone please explain to me? I've noticed a new trend of people wearing the masks in the car when they're sitting in the car by themselves. What's the idea behind this one? What's the rationale? I'm not sure. Is it just because you're selling them at a good price, Lynn, or what's happening?
I'd rather explain Trump's executive orders than that.
I think what we want is people to throw out 50 masks so they have to buy 50 more. So I think that's why we tell people to wear them in the car. But I'm going to switch gears here and address one thing Jim said. Well, I think potentially and probably Trump has overstepped. On the other hand, Congress was getting nothing done. And Congress doesn't do anything but fight. So somebody at least has to do something. And, that's my opinion, because the idiots down there, if the Republicans say this, the Democrats say that. If the Democrats say this, the Republicans say that. And it's just you can't get anything done in Washington, and we need something to be done. So there you go.
David K. Johnson's fault.
Yeah, I think it's David Johnson's fault. So let me do some quick introductions here, since David has just joined us, who's a Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, author of The Making of Trump, author of Perfectly Legal, also a lecturer at Syracuse University School of Law. He's just joined us. And of course, we have Bill Trezevant, who is our Washington correspondent. He's also an attorney. He used to be with the National Labor Relations Board, and also lives in Washington, D.C., which is the reason Washington correspondent. Juliet Arpin, I better get his names pronounced right, who's backstage, forward stage, who won the Genius of the Year award in 2017. Willie Hill from Australia, who runs Startup Australia and Startup Europe, has about 20,000 followers. Alexander Starr, who also runs Investing with Sasha on Wednesday and runs our show on Saturday, which is Chess Stars. Jim Eade from the Eade Foundation, also the famous author of Chess for Dummies. I wonder if that got a Pulitzer Prize. Oh, by the way, just an aside, do you know, David, he sold over 1 million copies of that crazy book?
Would I love to sell 1 million copies of any of my books?
He sold 1 million copies of the Crazy Chess for Dummies book. So maybe you should do Washington plus one. You should do Washington, D.C. for Dummies. Shaquille Latmer, who's a hedge fund manager in Perth, Australia, although he's right now in Sydney, Australia, because he's trapped there. And then, of course, we have Lynn Shepard with the Family Dollar Store. And, of course, we're talking about our favorite subject, which is what's going on in Washington, D.C. And the issue that came up today, a couple things. Executive order to sell TikTok to Microsoft or whoever buys it. And then another executive order that says that we have a bailout and we have payroll taxes being eliminated. Now, we know these executive orders were signed, but David, are they legal?
Yeah, they're not. The president has limited authority to allow delays in paying the tax. But think about what happens then. So companies can choose to delay turning over the employee share of the payroll tax and collect it later. But if the economy is worse in January, for example, things will be much worse. I actually think these executive orders were politically very smart strategy. They allowed Trump to say, I'm doing something. Most Americans have no idea how the Constitution works and don't appreciate that the president has no, he does not control the purse strings. They're controlled by Congress, number one. Number two, the portion of his one of his executive orders that deals with evictions is just useless. It doesn't do anything. It's just window dressing. And then Lynn said something I think is very important about this, suggesting that there's an inability here of the two parties to work together. I don't think that's what's going on at all. The Democrats passed another relief act months ago. It is Mitch McConnell who is insisting that the price for any additional relief for ordinary Americans, including landlords, is absolute and total immunity for all employers, universities, private businesses, nonprofits, municipal governments, from any COVID-related litigation. Even if you behave badly, Mitch McConnell says we want no litigation of any kind. And that's what has held this up, is this demand for a special privilege for businesses. The amount of money they're arguing over, $1 billion and $3 billion, they can reach a resolution on that. One of the things Nancy Pelosi did that was strategically smart, and she's going to go down in history, I think, as to date the most strategic, best speaker ever. She's a 5-star general of political strategy, in my view. I don't agree with her all the time, but I think even the Republicans acknowledge she understands how to use the lever of power that she controls. She is not going to set up a situation in which Trump gets a benefit before the election, and then if he isn't reelected, there's a terrible problem dumped in the laps of the Democrats. That's just classic political strategy there. That's why she wouldn't agree to a short-term deal. But the coverage in the news media of these executive orders, assuming, somebody did a piece yesterday pointing out what Reuters and AP, just Reuters and AP reported, and showing that, they operated on the assumption the president had the authority to do these things, or way down in the story, they said it's not clear. Journalists not only tend to be innumerate, but they tend not to know what's in the Constitution, and they don't seem to have, as a whole, people readily accessible who teach constitutional law, who are centrists and hold to solid black letter law positions, that they can get on the phone right away for matters like this. And I think we need that. We need it badly.
David, can I just ask you a quick question there, just about executive orders? I'm not asking this to be challenging like I normally do. I'll actually preface it with this. When it comes to Nancy Pelosi, whilst there are a lot of things that she stands for I don't agree with, I do think that she's actually been a great politician. She's certainly been a great speaker. She's been around for a long time, and I think that she does a pretty good job personally. But just back to the issue of the executive orders, and I'm just curious because there's a bit about the US I'm not real clear on. I understand that when Richard Nixon had that whole issue, technically speaking, the state of emergency that had been declared had not been undeclared at that time. I know that you haven't declared a federal state of emergency yet, but if that happened, does the executive branch then have more power and more authority to just sort of make rules at will?
The president of the United States has some limited authority when there are states of emergency to move money and elsewhere. And there's some specific provisions dealing with the War Production Act, which should be totally irrelevant at the moment. But Trump's going to try and rely on those. And, one of the things that Trump and the Republicans complained bitterly about was Obama's use of executive orders. He issued 34.6 of them per year during his term. Trump, so far, his annual rate is 46.5%. So he's more than a third higher, and yet the Republicans consistently denounce, this tyrannical use of executive power. absolutely fits Donald to a T that he's been behaving that way. Taken to court, Trump will lose on these 4 executive orders. The problem is that the Democrats will look horrible to people who don't understand the Constitution. So they're going to uphold the Constitution, or they're going to be political about it. I mean, strategically, this was a very smart move by Donald and his advisors to have him put out these orders. But, you know, I mean, Nick, you're a lawyer. Do you I presumably look at the executive orders. Do you think any of those will survive, especially the payroll tax order?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to opine on a legal matter on television, but I did find it from a political standpoint to be a great move, like from a chess move. Okay, if you want to put somebody in a bind, issue these orders out and then let someone challenge them. Who's going to challenge it? Chuck Schumer? Is he going to say, well, you shouldn't be entitled to anything, let alone $400 a week? You see what I mean? That puts him in a bit of a bind. So what I think what he did is he made a very populist move and said, okay, here it is. Go ahead and challenge it. I don't care. I made a populist move they could use later on in his election fodder. So I agree with you that I think he made a very brilliant move. It'll be very interesting to see the response on the chessboard by the other people.
David,
hold on just a second, Shaquille. Let me just, and then I have a piece that's up at Raw Story right now in the DC Report line on the top right, and it'll be a DC Report tomorrow about the Social Security aspect of this.
Really?
It's been a long-term goal of the Republicans to end Social Security, the most popular program in the history of the United States. But they want to get rid of it. And you can certainly read what Trump did as part of the effort to undermine Social Security. But what I do is go through the economics of this. And basically, the long-term consequence of what the Republicans are proposing and what they're doing right now is it's going to lead to far more older Americans living in poverty than they are now. We're seeing people deplete their retirement savings before they're at retirement age to get by, some of them. And if you have to take Social Security at 62 instead of 70, it means you get about 2/3 less money.
Yeah.
And the average Social Security check is only $1,470 a month. So it's not like people are living high on the hog. If that's the only thing you have, millions and millions of Americans, their only income, there's 65 million people who get something from Social Security as retirees, widows or widowers, disabled people, or dependent children, or disabled or dead workers. And this is it works out to be the payments from Social Security are about a nickel on each dollar of the American economy. This is now a big factor in the American economy, the ability of landlords to pay their mortgages and the ability of small shop owners to stay in business. So I'm sorry, Shaq. Go ahead.
But I would like to just interject one thing about Social Security, because some people on the panel may not be aware of it. I found a lot of our clients were not aware of it. Actually, more my employees. He said, quote, it'll only affect the people less than 100,000 in income. They'll suspend their Social Security payments. But what people never tell people is that your Social Security taxes end when you make more than $137,900. So most of the high-end taxpayers, we don't pay in anymore. Once we pay into $137,900, I don't pay Social Security taxes anymore. I've known that for years, but I make more than that, so I was aware of that. When I told my employees, they were going, "Huh? You mean you don't pay in more?" And no, I don't. Why not? Because the way the system was designed, high-end income taxpayers don't pay into Social Security taxes.
And under
Reagan is amazing.
And Nick, when we started this under Reagan, the current Social Security tax policy, the policy was to apply the tax to 90% of wages. Well, wages at the top have grown so much that we're only taxing now about 80% of wages. And that's one of the reasons that Social Security is no longer running this big surplus that we built up in the past. One of the discussions we need to have in the United States is whether we should apply it to all earned income or all income period, in which case we lower the rate very dramatically if we apply it to all income and see it as a national retirement program.
Right. Well, we'll see. This is what I'm getting at, David, is the average Joe worker doesn't understand high income taxpayers do not pay into Social Security.
And
for a second, because I just want to respond to a couple of things. Firstly, because the joke's a bit over now, but what I was going to say to you, David, any criticism of Trump and his executive orders over Obama, he said, I think it was last year, that, he's not a politician, but he's learning, and he has to learn from somewhere, and he used to be a Democrat. So, be fair to the guy. But no, back to the economic issue.
He's neither one.
Back to the economic issue of taxation. I think, it's not just an American thing. I think all the way around the world, we really have to do something about how we're taxing, because income taxing and earnings taxing creates a situation where, if you look at some of the mega wealthy, the top people in the Forbes list and that sort of stuff, what they're often doing is they're not actually ever earning anything. Their stock prices are going up, or their asset values are going up, and they're borrowing against those assets, which means it's not actually. So one of the things that has been proposed, I think you guys actually have a big group over there called the Fair Tax Group, whatever they're called, where they're actually proposing to have what I think is too high, but a national sort of sales tax or a consumption-based tax. I think that a lower a tax across the board, but on all income, combined with perhaps a lower level than they're proposing, consumption tax, may do a lot more good than trying to just tax income. Because especially if you go back to the 50s, where tax rates were, I think 91% was the top rate, nobody was paying 91% because of all the loopholes that were lobbied for and put into the tax code. And that's why you end up with this really, gigantic, mammoth tax code. It'd be easier and better for everybody if it was more simplified, I think.
So Shaquille, that's part of what my next book does. It simplifies this, but nobody pays the top marginal rate on their whole income. The top marginal rate right now in the U.S. is 37%. When we get the first data, from 2018, which will come out this fall, you're going to see that people that are in that marginal group are probably paying a tax of around 25%, not 37%. And historically in this country, people who make $500,000 to $2 million pay a higher tax rate than people who make over $2 million, and certainly than over $10 million. There are lots of problems with the tax system. There's no question about it. No one in the U.S. that I know of defends it. I have not found in the last 25 years a single person who will defend it as is. A consumption tax, the fair tax, it's a nonsense scheme that was dreamed up by a bunch of oil-rich men and promoted by a radio talk show host who doesn't know anything about economics. If you actually read his book, The Fair Tax, and it won't work because it would require enormous record keeping. That shirt you're wearing, if you don't keep a receipt for it, I'm going to come after you for tax fraud. It is a terrible system. There are solutions in the income tax system, and one of them is you can't borrow against your assets other than for a limited amount, say for a house, without it being counted as income. That would have a tremendous effect on stopping these loan provisions that I wrote about in Perfectly Legal and in the New York Times before that. So back to the 90s, I was explaining how this works. And Nick has clients, I'm sure, who take advantage of the law that allows them to borrow against their assets. And right now, if I can borrow money at 2%. Imagine if you're very, very wealthy and a big client of Goldman Sachs, they'll probably loan you money at a fraction of 1% to keep your business. And the lowest tax rate you can possibly pay is going to be 15%. So why would you ever realize income? You just borrow against it. We can fix that. That just requires a change by Congress in defining income.
David, why should you be able to tell me, or anybody else, but I'll say me, why should you be able to tell me you can't borrow money against your assets unless you're going to use that money for a specific purpose that we, the government, has approved? How dare you?
Because that's very simple to answer. That's the reason we created the Constitution of the United States. It was so we could tax ourselves. Congress has basically an unlimited power to tax you any way it wants. We elect our Congress, so when our Congress taxes us, it's us. The government of the United States is not a foreign entity, as you suggest, by your language. And a DC report, we always refer to our government and our Constitution. And I don't like what Donald Trump is doing on almost anything, but he is our president, like it or not, and has the authority to do things. The same thing with Congress. If you don't like the tax system, elect a new Congress. And yes, it's not easy to make a major change in who's in Congress, but that's the whole point, to make it hard to bring about change.
I think that your country was founded not, and your government was founded not in order to tax the.
Yes, it was. It was specifically the United States Constitution. Shaquille, you don't know your history here. The original United States government, under the Articles of Confederation, which failed, had no power to tax. It's right. It had no power to tax. It had no president, and it had no power to regulate trade, and it failed. And we had what amounts to a coup d'etat that started in Annapolis and then was moved to Philadelphia that got us our Constitution. And the very first power that we grant our Congress is the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, and imposts. We then have a commerce clause that allows it to regulate interstate commerce. That is the exact reason we created the Constitution, was to tax ourselves. A government that has no taxes is no government at all. That's what we learned.
I'm referee, and I'm gonna say,
wait, he's got his
go to
referee
your
hat
neutral
on.
corner.
I will just say,
Shaquille, go to your neutral corner. I've got the referee uniform on now, and I'm going to ask David a different question. David, how is Rochester coping with COVID?
We're actually doing extraordinarily well. People here have behaved very well. We've had some people going out, without masks and things, but we've had very few deaths. We have a teaching hospital, so the number of cases reported as Monroe County includes a whole bunch of counties around us. The 8-county area is about 1 million people. Monroe County, where I live, is about 750,000 people. But we're doing very well on the COVID side. I'm concerned what's going to happen on the economic side, because Rochester has a number of billionaires who aren't on the Forbes list because it's private money. But the city of Rochester, every 6th person in the city of Rochester lives on less than half the poverty threshold. So that would mean for a family of 4, they're living on $1,000 a month or less. That's 1 in 6 families. I mean, we have horrible poverty, like many other mid-sized cities in America. And so you have a situation where I live 5 blocks outside the city. The high school and the elementary and middle schools my 2 youngest children went to are among the very best in the country. They've sometimes shown up in the top 25 or 50 in the country. Go 5 blocks in, and you're in one of the worst school districts in the entire United States. I mean, absolutely awful. 1.9% of black males are graduating from high school. They're now up into the 40s by having a different kind of diploma and some other stuff. But just horrible, horrible poverty. But with COVID itself, we're doing very well.
But is this poverty situation pre-COVID as well?
Yes. So, it's a long-term structural problem. But notice that it is where we have intense crowding, multi-generational families living in the same residence.
Yes.
That we've had, as you saw in the outer boroughs of New York, these big concentrations of cases. And the people in the bottom quarter of wages, only about 9% of them can work from home, according to the Economic Policy Institute, whereas about 2/3 of people in the top quarter of wages can work from home. So poor people who work are more exposed to the risk of this, but we have not had the kind of explosion of cases that you saw in New York and you've since seen in, Houston and Phoenix and other places, because people have been very good about wearing masks, following social distancing, washing their hands, paying attention. And that's not surprising. It's the nature of Rochester. And remember, this was I believe, the only city in Western New York in the 1850s that gave refuge to runaway slaves. Everybody else sent them back. It's the home of Frederick Douglass and Susan B. Anthony. It was the head of the home of the suffrage movement and the abolition movement to some degree under Frederick Douglass. And so there's a long history of socially responsible behavior in Rochester. Not perfect, but it's not Houston.
Well, and also somebody who looks like me can usually work from home, and somebody who's brown or black, maybe they can't as much. And so they're out more and they contact COVID more. So we're seeing a disproportionate impact on those communities. And
right. And my new column that's at Raw Story now and will be at DC Report tomorrow has some data on that, on race. Basically, whites are 50% more likely to be able to work at home than Black Americans.
Right.
Wow.
So what is the economic impact of COVID going to be for Rochester?
Is that because of systemic racism or because certain people choose different occupations?
Both. I mean, people go into certain occupations because of systemic racism and education levels. I mean, the system is what it is. But to Jim's question, we're going to have a huge crisis in America starting October 24th. That's the first day you can evict people. And you got to be sympathetic to most landlords. Most landlords have mortgages they've got to pay. Congress could solve this by not just having the eviction moratorium that ran out July 25th, and you got to give notice to people, but by allowing landlords to pay only interest, maybe to get some grants from the government to minimize their interest payments and not pay principal for a while. I don't know where you're going to replace renters who get thrown out if it's done in mass. If it's selective ones here and there, then landlords presumably will find new tenants. But if you do it in mass, I don't know how you're going to replace those folks. And it still doesn't address the problem that most landlords are leveraged. Landlords who aren't leveraged, and there are some who own their properties outright. We had a guy here named Max Farish. Every time he paid off a building, he kept it and enjoyed the cash flow. So if he were still alive, he wouldn't be having any trouble at all. But most real estate trusts are highly leveraged, and we need to address this. And then we need to think about the wisdom of the economic rules and encourage leveraging rather than paying off debt in real estate. Real estate's the only place where we give you piled on benefits after benefits after benefits, where literally you can take zero risk through non-recourse loans and put no cash down if you have solid credit rating and own real estate, and then get huge tax benefits to offset your earned income or your profits from business. And it's not productive. It leads to overdevelopment of certain kinds of housing and underdevelopment of others. And we need that, like the tax code, it's something that needs fundamental reform, Jim.
Absolutely, I agree. Julian, do you have any ideas of how to reform our tax system? Because you totally whiffed on our political system.
I mean, I have much less expertise in this regard. The most I can say is that taxes, I think, are definitely justified in their existence. And I think it's completely reasonable that one of the first moves would have been to enable a government to collect taxes, because at the end of the day, a corporation isn't necessarily good or bad. A government, in some senses, can be like a corporation. And a corporation is almost like an organism in its own sense. It almost needs its own form of oxygen that comes through the financial sustenance. So whenever it comes to correcting the tax system, I'm afraid I'm not up on what exactly the issues are. But it is a discussion worth having. So I'll let you guys continue with that.
Well, we're all going to have to read David's book when it comes out.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm already looking at it, yeah.
So as a comment to David, because I was in the real estate investment business for years, one of the issues, of course, is the remaining term of most of the mortgages. So if you've got a 30-year mortgage and you have 25 years left, there has to be more than a moratorium on principal, because very little of what's being paid in the fifth year is principal. So there's going to have to be a moratorium on a piece of the interest that the landlord is paying.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jim. I thought I said that we need to do something about interest.
That was Lynn.
We really did. Yeah. Okay.
But see, this goes back to my educational problems that we have in this country. How many people on the panel have taken Mortgage 101 when you're in high school or college? Raise your hands. Anybody take a mortgage class? Okay.
Really,
Bill, you actually took a class on mortgages? Well, tell us about it. You're the first one I've ever seen that actually took a class on mortgages.
You guys are funny. I assume everybody here owns?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then you guys have all taken a class on mortgages.
Well said, Bill. Well said. Experience.
The School of Hard Knocks.
School of Hard Knocks, yeah.
School of Hard Knocks.
We talked about education. I think it was a Republican senator. I can't remember the guy's name. I've never heard of him prior to me, for some reason, having this come up on my feed today, who made mention of a Twitter post by Teen Vogue saying that not only should not only should taxes go up and all this sort of stuff, but we should abolish private property. And I would say, that's what we're teaching our kids in the West, that anybody who's successful, anybody who makes money, capitalism is really bad, and the failed systems of socialism is really good. And we should have, 71% tax rates as AOC wants, or go back to 91% tax rates. These are all going to be really great things for the.
Shaquille, you ought to ask yourself, why is it that so many young people, it's still a minority of them, but a clear, large minority of young people have soured on capitalism? Now, why is that? Well, let's see. Wages have not gone up in what?
Because the left took over the education system.
No, nonsense. Because they're practical experience. Look what happens if you came of age if you came of age in the early part of this century up till now, you've seen nothing but economic disaster for young people. Wages are low, jobs are not plentiful. You're seeing a handful of people who are so wealthy. We literally have at least one couple in the U.S. with his and her 747s as their personal jets, and they don't see opportunity. They don't see opportunity. What they see is a system that is not working for them. Now, that's their practical experience, and I don't want them to see the world that way. I want people to have a sense of you can control your economic future in many ways, but the system right now, literally, and in my book show this. We are mining the bottom 90% of Americans and redistributing to people at the top. And lots of the most successful businesses in America, I've proven that many of the most, hold on, Shaquille, let me finish. I've proven that a number of the most successful businesses in America derive 100%, in one case 170% of its profits from subtle taxpayer subsidies that took me forever to dig out of the public record. So the Washington Nationals baseball team was purchased entirely with government subsidies. The owners didn't put a penny into it. They took money out of it and put it in their pockets. The emergence of Bass Pro and Cabela's, which just merged, they ran out of business thousands of small mom and pop sporting goods stores, which charged lower prices. And how did they do it? Well, one year, their profits of the publicly traded, one of the two companies, because we don't know about Bass Pro, but the one for Cabela's, was 173% of what they reported to be profits. So take away the government subsidies, and they were a huge money-losing proposition. And this is going on all over the country. Walmart uses taxpayer money to build almost 90% of its distribution centers and about a third of its stores. And we give tax abatements. I pay on the house I'm sitting in, worth $250,000, 4% a year of its value in property taxes. But I've written about apartments in New York City that sell for 20 to 25 million, whose annual property tax payments are $150 to $160 a month. I'm paying $1,100 a month.
So to follow,
just have to have good tax attorneys. That's all.
And legislators they read.
The obvious solution there would be to make government smaller, right? So he can't give subsidies. That levels the playing field.
The government has anything to do with the subsidies. The size of the government has nothing to do with subsidies.
Well, how do they give the subsidies unless they can get the?
Well, there's a lot of. I can beam in here a little bit. There's a lot of tax advantages in the Internal Revenue Code.
Yeah,
and they're placed on purpose. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they actually put it on purpose. Like in one of our forums, which is Financial Friday, we have our tax experts speak about this. There's one line in the Internal Revenue Code: income is taxed from whatever source derived. Then there's 4,000 pages of deductions, credits, interest. In other words, places you can go to that you can have a tax advantage, and that's what it's designed to do, is actually move public policy that direction. But young people being disenfranchised. We do have a young person on our panel who won the Genius of the Year Award in 2017. Let's see if he's disenfranchised. Julian, are you disenfranchised by, or are you wildly successfully economically? You have plenty of trust fund monies and everything's great for you. Or do you feel like you're disenfranchised?
It's definitely an interesting question, and it's one of those things where speaking on an N of one isn't necessarily the most meaningful, but I can definitely speak on behalf of just the general experience of many people, I guess, in my generation, and just coming up having been affected by the landscape that we were economically, it has definitely led to a certain disposition towards the economic system and towards taxation that can seem a bit disenfranchising. But at the end of the day, the fact that it's something that is so inherent to, the entire group, the people and the generation as a whole, means it will eventually reach this governmental layer. So although right now it's kind of disconnected, as we can see as time goes on, the disenfranchising, I guess you could say, culmination of forces is getting closer and closer to the public eye. And that's why we're having more and more discussions about, I guess you could say at first it'll start with the immediate negatives that we see that might come from things like the millennial generation. And then it'll be that, of course, that will attract the immediate attention. And then after we have that discussion, talk about it more, then we'll find more. But as for my personal story, I've definitely seen it on both sides. And just, by mere, I guess you could say, luck and happenstance, I've managed to make my way fairly well in this world. But I think that for many young people, there will be quite a few difficulties that may not have been faced by previous generations. And these are things to take into consideration, especially when looking at possible, I guess you could say, mental health repercussions and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also one problem I see in our education system, that our young people are not given the skill sets to be successful in the next economy.
Yeah.
In other words, no one teaches you scaling. And no matter how good your hardware is, and you've gone through this, Julian, okay, your hardware is pretty good. You won the Genius of the Year award. You have to have the right software. I mean, you can't speak on highly technical tax topics or economic topics unless you're inloaded with that particular software. And the real problem is our educational system avoids it. In other words, there is no classes on mortgages. There is no classes on investing, which Sasha and Shaquille do professionally for a living. One does not so professionally, but basically makes his living at it. There's no classes on that. And so what happens is that the disenfranchised takes place because we're teaching subjects that lead to, frankly, dead-end jobs or no jobs. At Campbell University, where I also was teaching law school at, they started offering pharmaceutical degrees, nursing degrees, engineering degrees, medical doctor degrees, things that at the end of the day, you get a degree and you get a job. I'm sorry, there's a lot of things you can get. You can have a degree in chess. It's a dead-end job. Sorry, chess guys. A degree in sociology, probably a dead-end job. Political science, where I got my first degree, realizing it's a dead end. But we have a huge education system based on, frankly, dead-end jobs, and no one teaches mortgages and investment.
The thing is that what really comes into question is how justified is it, I guess you could say, to maintain these certain procedures and processes in academia that might be outdated. Because the thing is that when it comes, if we, for instance, we try to make our goal never being outdated, then it'll be more difficult to sustain that type of advantage given the rapid acceleration of technological development in society recently. Because basically, as technology continues to evolve and kind of shifts society and also changes how people interact with each other, this can actually change what is or isn't a viable trade or what is or isn't even worth looking into. So in many ways, the academic system is just based on many outdated Prussian principles as it is. But even beyond this, as a matter of determining, what truly is worth studying, it's still not as simple as it might seem, as far as I can tell, to make that decision. Because at the end of the day, even if everybody was to be taught how to better facilitate things like their taxes, it wouldn't necessarily ensure that the people that are just, I guess you could say, sociologically dispositioned to have difficulty infiltrating certain social circles where things like mortgages might be a bit more relevant, it wouldn't necessarily, basically it's a balancing act between various factors. And although it is a bit out of sync, I think it's important that we have the discussion and we try to improve the accuracy of it, but I don't think that it's reasonable to expect us to be able to solve even close to all of the problems that we face at any given time.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're talking about things like yes, mortgages being one, but also leases are another, because eventually you're going to lease an apartment, you're going to lease commercial properties. Okay, and I leased commercial properties, and obviously I leased apartments and things of that nature, but there's no classes. In other words, your first class, it's just like mortgages, taken when you go out and you do acquisitions. And I've even acquired and disposed of real estate interests, but all that is done, unfortunately, through the School of Hard Knocks. None of my teachers ever, and I went to college for 10 years, taught anything about this. You know?
But that is the whole startup ecosystem. The startup ecosystem is based on that. You know, you get into a field, or you get into okay, this is my product. This product is in fintech. Do I know anything about fintech? No. Okay, so I am in there just bunny hopping. Okay, okay, this doesn't work. Change. This doesn't work. Change. You know, that's the whole premises of this whole thing.
Right.
Where's David K. Johnson gone? I wanted to...
David K. Johnson is backstage. He's back there. He's backstage.
I want to address that issue about taxes and the education system and the new generation, because, you know, the way that I see it, Julian, I know you touched on it. Yes, the government has the right to tax, of course. And I don't think there's very many people that say that we should live in a no-tax society. Even those oil-rich countries like Saudi, you know, and the UAE that other than Dubai doesn't have taxes, you know, they tax at like 50% the oil coming out of the ground. That's how they fund themselves. Of course, government needs to be funded. There's no question about that. But this idea that the people who are wealthy because they've somehow oppressed the poor, that I think is a real problem. And that I think is what's being taught to the young generation. That, you know, you've gone through, you know, if you're 20 or 25, or even if you're my age, right? I'm 36. I'm not, you know, totally over the hill yet, right? And since I've been alive, we've had, you know, the Asian currency crisis, we've had September 11, we've had the Great Recession, we've had now COVID. You know, we've had all these different things. And this idea that, okay, well, you know, some people are doing really well out of it, so therefore it must be their fault. So what we should do is we should form a majority and take their money and redistribute it to ourselves. That's what we're teaching our young people.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that at all. The Catholics did that whenever the Jews took the money, because the Catholics couldn't commit usury, so they couldn't lend money. So they'd let the Jews do it, and then they would come in and take the money from the Jews. And so these concepts about oppression, we're not teaching people that they're being oppressed by the wealthy. We're just questioning the whole system that lets the wealthy get an inappropriate amount of the wealth.
But the problem is, are we teaching this?
That's exactly what David is saying. We have a tax system and a capitalist system that favors the wealthy. Okay, in what way does it favor the wealthy? If you have a look through the Forbes list, how many people on that Forbes list are still there after 5 generations? Hardly anybody. Most of the Forbes list are new money. Okay, people are building themselves up and then getting attacked for it.
Okay, so Shaquille, you've raised a very good point, and let me deal with that. I mean, my own family history, there are very wealthy people in the background. I started out having to go to work at the age of 10 and full-time at the age of 13. So, you know, generational changes occur. We want to encourage people to be prudent, to spend less than they make, to save, to invest, to start businesses. But nobody is successful on their own. You know, Conrad Hilton, the founder of Hilton Hotels, in his wonderful, grandiloquent will, which I encourage you to read, it's on the website of the Hilton Foundation, talked about how he would not be wealthy, but for all the investments that were made in roads and airports and things so people could get to his hotels, and how war was horrible and destroyed his business. And because he had created all of this wealth, his enormous sense of obligation that he had to those who were not fortunate. He was a go-to-mass Catholic, sinning all over the place, but he went to confession presumably a lot for all of his what Catholicism calls sinning. And the principle here is we want people to create large fortunes, but what we've done now is created a tax law that says you have this large fortune and you can live tax-free or virtually tax-free. Because we've created these rules where you don't have to recognize that income for tax purposes. And then when you die, you can give it all to charity and the government never gets any of it. And that means the rest of us bear a higher burden. And so we want to encourage people to do these things. And lots of people are doing them. The digital age created a lot of fortunes. The coming biological age will create more and bigger fortunes, but you got to pay back to the society that made it possible. And so the people who created, for example, Microsoft with the software program that they started with, and people who created the computers that use Intel chips and things, they built on taxpayer investments in mathematics, in physics, in material science, heavily militarily funded projects. And we need to have them contribute back to the society with their taxes in proportion to their marginal benefit.
David, I agree with you that the very, very wealthy and the very, very wealthy agree with you that they should pay some taxes. But this idea that, hey, you know, the taxpayer built roads and the taxpayer educated people, I mean, come on. Like, really? Like,
well, who do you think did it?
Okay, and what about the risks that are taken by entrepreneurs?
Wait a minute, who do you think built the roads? It was your gasoline taxes and your income taxes and your sales taxes that allowed us to build all this public furniture of Commonwealth that allows private wealth building.
Okay, so we both
about a tax. Obama was taxed. He was attacked for saying just what David is saying now, what Conrad Hilton said. Obama said you did not build this, and people went nuts.
Exactly, and so did Elizabeth Warren. She said the same thing. You did not build this. I mean, I'm sorry, but look,
meaning you didn't build it on your own. You couldn't have done it. Look, you couldn't have done it on your own.
We in Australia have a slightly more simplified tax system. We don't have state and federal taxes sort of stacked on with each other. It all just goes federally and then gets redistributed to the states. We're a smaller population, so we can do that. We have some payroll taxes and stuff like that, but for the main part. Now, our top marginal rate of tax here is 47%, and we have a Medicare levy, which pays for our healthcare service at 2.5%. So that's 49%. Let's just call it half. Now, I'm sorry, but you know what? Yes, Australia may have a claim to say we assisted you, which I don't think they did, by the way, but we assisted you in being able to be the success that you are today. But for the government to tell me that, hey, we assisted you so much that we are entitled to half, I think is ridiculous. And if you go to some places in the world where it's more than half, what the government is saying is that you contributed more to my success than I did, and I'm the one that took the bloody risk.
So, Shaquille, let's take your argument. I think that you made a very good point. So let's take your argument. How much do you pay as a tax rate for medical care in Australia with its universal care system? Did I hear you say 2.5%?
Well, but I also we have a blended system, so I have private health insurance as well.
Okay, all right. So in the United States, which has the most expensive healthcare system in the world, no matter how you measure it,
I disagree with that, but we'll come back to that in a minute.
Well, I mean, look at the OECD data or any other.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but we'll come back to that in a second.
Okay, but in the U.S., we use private means and a competitive market system for a lot of healthcare, and it turns out it's more expensive, and it isn't better. We don't have the best healthcare system in the world. We're the most technological, but we don't have the best. We don't have the best health status, and so here's a question to ask yourself: we could have roads all be private. I could own the 140 feet of Council Rock Avenue out in front of my house, halfway across to my neighbor Dave Fiedler across the street. And we could set up a little digital system, and every time somebody passes my house, I get 1/10 of a penny to pay for the road, and then it's my job to maintain it. It's cheaper and more efficient to do mass buying. That's what we use government for in many, many cases. And mass buying actually increases the quality of the Commonwealth goods and services and lowers their cost. So the way to think about it is, how do I get the most benefit for the least pain in terms of tax? And that's what government through mass buying can do. That doesn't mean it always does. It doesn't always mean it's successful, but that's the principle to work on.
But that, David, is the heart of the problem. The heart of the problem is, how do I get these benefits with the least amount of pain to me? Okay, well, I'm an everyday person. I earn, I don't know what the average wage is in the US. I've forgotten. I think it's 40,000 US. Let's say it's 75,000. Okay. How do I get these benefits with the least amount of pain to me? Well, that guy earns 10 million. Let's tax him at 91%. Because
nobody's proposing a 91% tax.
Well,
no one is proposing that.
The suggestion is that the rich aren't paying enough. They're not paying
enough. The data prove that. The data prove that. First of all,
the top 10% of the United States pays what percentage of US
Here's
taxes?
where you're missing that argument. Here's where you're missing it. Let's assume the top 10%. I actually have the numbers on this. I just don't have them in my head at the moment. Next week, I'll have them for you. But let's assume the top 10% of the country pay 90% of the taxes, of all taxes, not income taxes, all taxes. Yeah. If they have 95% of the income, they're getting a bargain.
They're not getting 90% of the income, though. That's the thing. If you look at the stats, it's bullshit. And you know it is, David. Come on, you know it is.
All right. The
My point is, you got to have both measures. You got to have both measures. You can't just say, here is the percentage paid by people at the top. And remember something, an income tax, as Adam Smith taught, should not apply to the necessaries of life. So the income tax currently starts at $12,000 a person in the U.S. I would argue that that's wrong. It should start at $25,000 per person, $50,000 for a married couple, which is what Trump originally proposed, drawing on my work. But never
go to your neutral corners and let's ask Bill what he thinks about it.
I even changed the shirt for you, Jim.
I know, I saw that, and I'm very proud of you, Shaquille. But let's ask Bill what he thinks about this very important question about taxation and income inequality, and who's going after the money, and is it being for the common good, the common welfare, and how do we fix it?
Okay, I'll begin by simply pointing this out, that it begins with a list of what our values are and what our priorities are. And from there flows everything else. Earlier, it was mentioned a consumption tax. Well, by definition, a consumption tax is regressive. And this is to pick up on another point that was made by Mr. Johnson, and that is that when you are dealing with the tax structure, it is a mix of what the state or our representatives were valuing at the time. If they value investment and development under the guise of we're creating new jobs, and then they offer all sorts of state tax influence or rebates or tax abatements in terms of real estate development, then that's less tax money, but that's a value choice. And then obviously the government has to make that up someplace. And so then the question becomes, where does the government make up that lost revenue when it comes to having to fund the necessaries of life? And so then at that point, it's off. And you have to make a value choice between whether or not it's weighted towards the upper end, meaning progressively higher tax rate, or whether or not you're going to shift the tax rate lower. Now, oftentimes we've seen this argument in the past when it comes to matters of how do we create a middle class, and are we, taxing the wealthy so that we can put investment into the lower class in order to help them get to the middle class. And that's been a kind of a classic debate. Now, it just seems to me, though, that I'm sorry, I'll pause, I will defer, but it seems to me that I think both our view are right in this sense, that I think that we are too low on the highest income earners, particularly given the fact that, as Nick pointed out, the loopholes in the tax system, every single time we visit it as a country and we say we're going to simplify it. Well, that's the goal. We're going to cut regulations, cut taxes, cut loopholes. Then it becomes which loopholes cut and which ones are being created. And so it's kind of like a game of three-card Monte. Well, I'll simplify the tax code by taking other things out. I'm sorry, Sasha, you go right ahead. I will defer because
Very quick question. David, maybe you could address that, but anybody is welcome. Would the notion that because the so-called rich people or so on, they used infrastructure, the roads that they were built and everything else, and therefore they have to somehow compensate for all that stuff, isn't it the same could be applied to China, which build their own infrastructure and their roads and everything else, and now they're taking away a little bit from U.S., whatever it thinks it's lawfully should belong to China or Chinese people or Chinese Communist Party, whatever it is.
Yeah, well, you've actually raised a very, very interesting point about that. The fact that we set up a system where we encourage offshoring and having China make things. We had whole factories, 54,000 of them in the U.S. shut down, and a number of them were then moved to China. where they created a lot of jobs. For a one $14 an hour job would be
And
replaced by
technology
several.
transfer as well.
Yes, and technology transfer as well. And the Chinese smartly decided to invest in their long-term interests. The Chinese highways that I've been on, they put to shame the Autobahn, which puts to shame the U.S. Interstate highway system. And the Chinese have been very smart about how they've been investing this money. Now, Canada, where you live, I'll get your email and send you a piece that I wrote when I was a columnist for Tax Notes maybe 10 years ago. There was a study in Canada of who benefits from Canadian taxes, and it was very, very revealing by income class. And it showed that very high income people got a significant larger benefit from the government than the taxes that they paid. Very poor people got a huge benefit. It was like people in the bottom 10th of the income strategy got, I think, 175% for the taxes that they paid. So they came out way ahead. Most people were roughly equal, but very wealthy people got this huge benefit. Now, of course, that depends on how you want to measure economic things. I mean, for example, the cost of air traffic control. Poor people don't fly. Do they benefit very much compared to people who own private planes, people who ship by air cargo, people who travel for business all the time? And you have to make some choices about how you're going to measure this. But it was the only serious effort I have ever seen to try and determine who benefits from the way we spend our taxes. And there are cross-border subsidies everywhere. They're always going to be there, Sasha, of various kinds. How much does Ukraine's bread growing capacity subsidize Moscow, for example? How much of a drain are the maritime provinces, called in Canada the welfare provinces, on the wealth created in Toronto and Manitoba and British Columbia? There are always going to be those sorts of things. And universality is one of the things you have to ask about that. I mean, the U.S. Postal Service provides universal service. FedEx and UPS don't. And we're not going to see the end of universality if you want to have a cohesive culture. Yeah, I think that absolutely, in some ways, Americans are subsidizing the rise of the Chinese because of the way we set up the trade system. I'm not sure there's anything wrong with that. In the long run, trade will make the whole world richer by bringing up people at the bottom, hopefully not bringing down the wealthier countries. But if we can go forward 100 years in time, I suspect we would see a world that is much more equal. And the biggest question would be, did the Middle Eastern states, when the oil ran out, go back to poverty, and did we lift up Africa?
Wow,
if we have a more equal place, that would be an absolute atrocity that would have been inflicted upon humanity. That's what a more equal place would be.
Well, if you were a poor African, you might think differently.
But no, not at all. I do believe that the people who are at the bottom deserve and are entitled, especially in our Western countries, to expect that government and the people at the top are going to do what they can to help these people to have a better life and to improve their lives. But as Margaret Thatcher said to the Labor Party, the problem is that there are some people that say it's not that we want the gap to get closer like this, we'd rather the gap get closer by bringing the rich down than to have a bigger gap but have the poorer higher.
I didn't propose bringing the rich down. I said hopefully by not lowering how well off people are in the richer countries. But over time, look, if you look at metal bending, that is a totally mature business. There are no big technological advances that anybody is expecting in the metal bending business. And the worldwide average return in the metal bending business is approximately 5% pre-tax. So as other industries become more like metal bending and they're well established, there will be regional differences because of things like the cost of transportation, the cost of electricity because of the availability of either sunlight or rivers or burning coal. But they'll be relatively minor. Time goes forward. The whole world should be better off. The world is much richer today than it was 60 years ago or 200 years ago before the Industrial Revolution. 200, I guess now we have to say 250 years ago before the Industrial Revolution. And I just was saying that the big question in the distant future will be, did the Middle East states blow it by not doing what the Norwegians are doing, reinvesting their oil wealth? And will Africa find itself better off. I mean, Africa is just horrible, horrible circumstances with massive numbers of deaths. Is Africa going to develop economically? And that's in many cases a function of governments, and governments that are run by kleptocrats instead of governments run by people who are responsive to their populaces.
Africa has a lot of political issues which hold them down, but they're a very mineral-rich continent. But David, you mentioned something before, right? We talk about, okay, the Industrial Revolution. A lot of wealth was created through that. Then you talked about before that regulating interstate commerce. Was the ICC a really successful place? Was that a thing that really improved the United States on any great level? I mean, from railways to railroads to the ICC regulations around trucking back in the 60s and 70s. You know, I've got all this from Milton Friedman, but seriously.
Well, so Shaq, let's go back to the ICC. Do you know who wrote the ICC law?
A politician, probably.
No, the railroad. No, the railroads wrote it, quite literally. And why did we get the ICC law, the first major price regulation statute in the United States? Because the railroads, which were built entirely with huge government subsidies, we gave away millions of acres of land, we paid for the building of the railroads with tax dollars, and it was corrupt beyond belief. Leland Stanford is in Stanford University, and the U.S. Senator, and who the post office was behind the post office building, it's now the Trump Hotel. The maps he gave to Congress to get paid, he was due $8,000 for flatland, $16,000 for rolling hills, $32,000 for low mountains, and $64,000 for High Sierra. And those maps show the High Sierra starts 9 miles outside of Sacramento, where you could roll a ball down the street and it'll just be flat. It won't go anywhere. Totally corrupt. So the railroads, after getting all of this wealth and creating poverty in many places by their policies, not to mention killing off the buffalo, the railroads were hated by the Midwest farmers because the railroads and the bankers were ripping off the farmers. They couldn't make a living. Farmers were going broke. They were starving to death, literally, some of them. Yes. And so the Grange movement and other movements arose to respond to this massive wealth-creating subsidy of the government that was then turned not to promote economic growth, but to enrich the owners of the railroads. And when the ICC bill got written, just like the 1906 Pure Food Act and the 1890 Pure Food Act, they were written by the industry.
Which is exactly the reason why, and of course I can't rattle off the laws as well as you can because I'm not actually American, I haven't studied it as much as you have, but this is exactly the reasons why, the things that you've just said, why government should be smaller and less capable of doing exactly the stuff that you've just said. That's exactly the reason. I agree with you.
Big or small, I think it's just not an issue.
It needs to be more efficient.
Yeah. GDP is at 25% roughly, which is amongst the lowest in the OECD countries. I happen to agree that the total tax take of the GDP in the United States should probably go up somewhat. How it goes up is a different question, and I don't think that just hitting the rich again with more and more taxes is going to be the solution. You need to broaden your tax base.
I want to ask David a question because we were on a roll at one point about something, and I've read David's book, and I think you really got to read David's book to understand.
It's a good book called Perfectly Legal.
It is one of my favorites. And one of the things when David talks about, the rich paying more taxes and how Walmart, literally, they built their stores and made more money off of our tax dollars, he's absolutely correct. But the thing is not that they don't pay taxes. They get them all back. They get their money back through all of these tax write-offs that you learn what are perfectly legal to do. And that's what they do. These laws are written by the rich people. They're written by the lawyers. They're written by the accountants who all use these laws so that they are reducing their taxable income. Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, David, but that's the way the rich have been taking advantage of the tax.
If you invest in a machine, it's going to wear out. You should be able to write it off. I don't think anybody disputes that. But Walmart is a good example. It's been well documented that each Walmart store depends on massive subsidies to its workers in the form of food stamps and medical welfare under the poverty Medicaid system. and that their whole business model is based on these subtle subsidies that aren't obvious at the forefront. And look, I've run businesses. Okay, I'm not in Nick's category or Shaquille's, but I've run businesses, and I understand how difficult it is. But I didn't get any of these subsidies of any kind whatsoever. And if I can be successful, then you shouldn't have to have these subsidies. And you shouldn't continue to get them, and your business model shouldn't be dependent upon. There are times when subsidies are appropriate. If, for example, in an inner city, there are no grocery stores and people are buying pre-made food at bodegas, which means they're going to be diabetic, they're not going to live long lives, they're going to have all sorts of medical problems, they're going to stop working sooner than they should, I'd say, yeah, maybe we need to subsidize a grocery store and even classes for people in how to fix food and whatnot, because it will save us money. But we shouldn't be subsidizing people. And Warren Buffett's a real good example of this. My average federal income tax rate, just my income tax rate, has been between 23 and 28% every year for the last decade. Warren Buffett, the year he released his tax return, I had guessed what his tax rate was. I was off by 0.1%. He either paid 17.1 and I guessed 17.2 or the reverse. Why should someone of Warren Buffett's wealth pay that low rate? On top of that, his income, while enormous on the surface, $64 million, of which he got an interest deduction because he borrowed money to buy stocks of about a quarter of that, about $16 million. $64 million to a man who at the time in Berkshire Hathaway stock alone was worth $64 billion means that if you were looking at the tax system as a measure of your economic success, he's the worst investor in American history. He's making the kind of interest you get now on your cash deposit in your savings account because he didn't have to recognize this income. And every year now he is giving away more than all of the money he can take as a tax deduction because it's superfluous, and we're not getting any taxes out of him. This year, Congress said you can donate 100% of your income. So he will pay no income taxes this year at all. That's what's wrong with the system. We're allowing wealthy people.
I got the referee jersey on, and Bill had his hand up. So, Bill, why don't you take the brief opportunity you have to speak?
Okay. Well,
you don't have a brief opportunity, Bill.
No. Actually, I wanted to defer to Kimberly because she wanted to move on with the segment, and I'm not quite sure I would do anything other than stir the pot.
Well, that's the whole idea, though.
That's it. That's why you're here.
Wait, Bill, you don't understand. That's why you're here, is to stir the pot.
Okay, well, then fine. I'd like to make one point.
Okay,
here.
good. Let's get that pot stirred.
And that is this: and it goes to the issue of government investment. The largest expense in our federal budget each year is the deficit, and that deficit reflects the debt and then the deficit, two separate things. However, that all represents the past investment in the commonalities, roads, bridges, utilities, and everything else, and tax abatements, which have subsidized the growth of all these major industries. So now today, I mean, I wasn't around when they subsidized the railroads or anything else, but to a certain extent, that ongoing cost and expense I'm paying for, and I'm being told that I can't recoup any of that. Now, if I was just a straight business person, I'd say, well, listen, I didn't, contribute. I wasn't responsible for those tax decisions. Why should I pay for it now? But it seems to me what you're arguing, Shaquille, is that, well, the government did that once, and that there are no long-lasting, recurring kinds of financial obligations. Well, that's not true. That's why we keep paying on it. Second, when you make the argument, and it's a well-founded argument, that the reason is, at the end of the day, we should have a smaller government. Well, we can't really have a smaller government because once you take out the deficit and everything else, the percentage of spending on social spending is minor. Because the next largest expense out of the federal budget goes to defense, and defense goes to subsidizing all of the technological, mathematical, the STEM-based fields that then they argue lead to our overall GDP when those individuals take the government subsidy, develop the products, and then go out and sell them in the private sector. So that is problematic.
Okay, let me respond to that. I'm going to respond to that. There's a few things I'll just say there. I'll try not to take up too much time. Firstly, Kimberly, you made a comment there which I found very interesting. You said all these tax laws are written by the rich. It's interesting because earlier tonight we were talking about how out of touch politicians are and how out of touch lawyers are, because you don't have, you know, a head doctor in charge of the health system. You don't have a head engineer in charge of roads. So nowhere else do the experts in the field get listened to by government. But all of a sudden, when it comes to taxes, the rich people are the ones being listened to, and they're being listened to so well that as a percentage of their income comparative to the total income of the country and the percentage of taxes they contribute it far more as a percentage. So they've actually
politicians.
That firstly seems a little bit odd. But let's go back to you.
Politicians. That's why.
Let's go back to you, Bill. With what you just said, absolutely. Of course, these things need to continue to be paid. I'm not suggesting that wealthy people should pay no tax. And in fact, most people who are at the very, very top are actually saying, yes, we should be paying more tax. Tax us differently. Don't tax us because we'll change it. Okay, tax us differently. Now, David's not a fan of the consumption-based tax. I don't know really how to make a tax, you know, fair and reasonable. I'm not sure. That's something that's worthy of debate. But the idea that we should only hit the rich, I think that's problematic. California has done that, and what happens?
Who's arguing that, Dave? Shaquille, no one's arguing that.
Well, when the economy booms, California does really, really well. When the economy doesn't, the wealthy people's income drops. California does really, really badly. What would be a much better system is to broaden the tax system altogether. And the minimum, and you should start paying tax from your first dollar, not with a $12,000 or $25,000, you know, income free.
Well, actually, you do pay from your first dollar. It's called payroll tax. Right. I think that's where people don't really understand the tax system, because I didn't take taxes in high school or college. Generally, they don't even offer it. But the payroll tax is one of the most regressive taxes out there, very similar to any consumption tax. Taxed from $1 if you have earned income. When you match with your employer and you add the Social Security tax, it's 15.3%. And this is why David K. Johnson pays more than Warren Buffett, because working for a living is the worst thing that you can actually do. In other words, get in the United States. It's horrible. You know the best thing to do in the U.S.? Inherit it. I can tell you that right now, because that will be. Hey, listen, Shaquille, I worked on estates for 17 years. My clients were the founding family of Coca-Cola, the founder of Dunkin' Donuts, the president of Kimberly-Clark, the president of Bausch & Lomb, the president of Philip Morris. What were we doing? We were making sure that they didn't have to pay the federal estate tax and that they could receive the funds tax-free, because if you do it right, you inherit everything tax-free. Okay, the best thing in the world to do is inherit money.
But as you should. I take it David doesn't agree, but I think that your inheritance should be tax-free. Of course it should be.
Oh, thank you. It was, but I worked on it since 1975. Okay, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that didn't have the ability of intergenerational wealth to be able to just inherit money and do like I do, go to school on trust funds. So I come out with no student loans. I don't even know what they are. Okay. A lot of people, unfortunately, had to work. They borrowed money to go to school. I fell out of my chair. And then not only that, they can't even discharge the debt in bankruptcy. So what they did is they pushed up the tuition. So the tuition to go to this wonderful school, which I teach, is astronomical. It's like 10 times more than I paid years ago to go to private schools. And then if these students get involved in a trap, let's say Julian decides, well, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to go into student debt to get my degree in sociology and my master's in sociology, my PhD in sociology. I have no job. Okay. He's got $250,000 in debt, not Julian, but someone else does. Now I got to file bankruptcy. I can't. I'm an indentured servant for the rest of my life in the United States of America because he messed up when he was 18 years old. He went the wrong direction and he didn't have trust funds.
And Shaquille, let me add one other thing about this. So take two people, me and my imaginary next door neighbor. My neighbor built up $4 million of wealth, and he has it all in stocks and bonds. And I built up $4 million of wealth in my retirement fund, and we both died. Well, my heirs are fully taxed on that money. And under a new law that Congress has passed, they'll pay at the top marginal rate, 37%. But my next door neighbor can pass his entire $4 million with no tax. That's how crazy the system is. It is labor that we are taxing very heavily and capital not. And it was Mellon, the Treasury Secretary under 3 presidents of the United States, a billionaire of his age, right? The Mellon oil and banking family in Pittsburgh.
Mellon
who
Bank.
in a book, Mellon Bank,
Carnegie
Gulf
Mellon School.
Oil,
Sure.
all that stuff. And plus, he was involved in bootlegging, apparently.
Oh.
Mellon wrote a book in 1924 called Taxes, the People's Business. This is in the middle of the Roaring '20s. And in that book, he said, capital should be more heavily taxed than labor because a man has only a certain competence within which he can set aside enough money for his old age, and he can lose that through no fault of his own because of accident or illness. Whereas capital can be passed on to future generations, requires no effort on your part, and produces earnings. Well, we've completely turned that on its head. We depend far more now on labor. The payroll tax in the US, 70% of Americans pay more payroll tax than income tax. And super wealthy people like Warren Buffett, the tax that he paid $16 million that year, which is a lot of money, but against a $64 billion fortune, it's bupkis. It's no burden to him at all. And he wouldn't have paid any of it except that he owned some companies that were sold for cash and he had to cash out.
David, firstly, who cares what he's actually worth? You know, I when I was young, because when the tech boom busted, right? I was still a relatively young person, and I remember watching this report. I don't know what channel it was on, and they said $3 trillion, which back then was a lot of money. Now we don't even think about $3 trillion. $3 trillion just disappeared, and I went, "Wow, where did it go?" You know, the way that they're valuing the very, very wealthy people's net worths, it's not an entirely scientific way. They're judging it based on income, what the company might be worth later. If the company
Warren's case, it was the marginal value of the stock.
So if then let's say he's worth 64 million, you tax him
billion.
64. He's worth more than
billion.
64 billion, as in billion.
Okay. Now let's say he's worth 64 billion. You tax him at some particular rate, for example. Okay. But the following year, the market turns down. Okay. And now he's not worth 64 billion. He's only worth 44 billion. So he lost on paper. He didn't really lose anything yet because he hasn't realized the gain. He hasn't realized the loss. He lost $20 billion. Is the government going to rebate him at the same percentage that they taxed him? Of course not.
No, nor would it when somebody whose income went from 640,000 to 440,000. The next year you pay less tax. It's a that's a really simple issue. You paid a tax on this amount of wealth this year. The next year you have less wealth, you pay less tax.
Exactly. So, David, so here's what the problem is what you're saying. Let's say,
hey guys, go to your neutral corners. Bill, you had your hand up. Let's hear from Bill.
Okay, I was simply going to suggest that Shaquille and I fundamentally it sounds to me like we're just arguing over, hey, when the government invests money, how does it recoup it? Does it recoup it from higher end people or people that have invested and benefited enormously from the infrastructure development? That is the highway, the railroads, the subsidies to the airlines, because all of those subsidies led to those businesses being successful and those individuals realizing their wealth. So you would pose the question, well, that's not fair. What should you do? The government ought to make those infrastructure things. How about the idea, Shaquille, that, listen, because this happens all the time with real estate. If I want to build a new real estate development, say outside of Rochester, having been and lived a significant part of my life in Buffalo, New York, next door, generally speaking. The point is, if I want to build a new development out there as a real estate agent, I go to the place, the state or the town or a combination of both, and I say, I need you to build a new highway or put in a sewer line or whatever it is so I can then sell these houses. Well, the additional cost of that is the government comes in, they say it's going to cost whatever amount of money and stuff, and then on top of that, they say, we're going to give you tax abatement or tax incentives on top of that and subsidies. Fine. The question is, who then pays when those houses become, and that developer makes that money? Couldn't it be apportioned? That is to say that rather when I go to do a development and the government, I say to the government, hey, I want you to do these roads, this infrastructure, I want you to run all these wires and everything else that my new houses can hook up to. The government says, well, what's the total cost of that to us? And then they turn around and they say to the developer, hey, well, you're going to be assessed at the special assessment rate for all of these improvements that allowed you to develop the well. Shaquille.
But allowed you to develop the wealth. The wealth was created by them producing or providing a service. I mean, if you have a look at what has essentially, for most really, really uber wealthy people, if you look at how they got there, most of them provided a service to the masses that was only previously available to the very, very wealthy.
Okay, no, that's great.
Hang on, I can fly in a private jet today. Okay, not today because we've got COVID, but I make one phone call. I have a private jet sitting here in 6 hours. Jump on the plane. I can fly wherever I want. Okay. Now I'm sure that, other than environmental issues, I'm sure that there is a big percentage of the population that would love to be able to do that. Now, if I could find a way to be able to get private jets available to the everyday person, I'd make a fortune. This is what Henry Ford did. He made available to the everyday person something that was previously only available to the very, very wealthy. But, this is the issue. I know that taxes are going to be complicated, and how to solve the issue is going to be complicated. But I just think that this whole idea of let's just hit the rich, as if it's almost like it's punitive. You're rich because people are poor. And that's just not the case. People are often wealthy because of, which is, I believe, something that they don't get enough credit for, because of the really hard work and the sacrifices that they've made to get there.
I would actually agree with you.
Shaquille, let me try this. Look, with regard to the specific answer of the private jets, some people are attempting to do that with timeshares on the private jets, but that's not a mature market. I would rather have us go back to the examples of trains, which we've been talking a lot about. Now, for a lot of different reasons, a lot of corruption and everything else, but land was given away, deals were made where the trains were going to go so that it would impact what land was then valuable where the stops were. And then on top of that, there were a plethora of different private train companies. And, it did hurt the farmer and everything else because they had a monopoly on a certain length. They were charging higher fares and all this other stuff, which led to some of the issues that David raised. However, if we go back to the issue of trains and the investments that the government made in the establishment of trains, because that's, I think, more salient when it comes to your issue of the government producing something or an individual producing something that benefited the masses. And trains are it. But the question becomes, without government input to begin with and funding, the trains wouldn't have happened. And here's the interesting part, because it's a three-part thing. The government invests. The private person, because that's a subsidy, then makes all this money until they can't anymore. And then at that point in time, they abandoned the private system, they consolidated, and they charge even higher prices. And then when the government said, no, I can't do that anymore, all the private people sold, and we ended up with Amtrak, which is essentially the government saying, okay, listen, we've got to do this because everybody else took their money and left. Now, I know that's not as sexy as a private jet plane, but let's just talk about trains.
I would prefer the private jet plane, and our jet's going to have to take off now because it's 2:00. So we're at the hour. So we'd like to thank our guest, David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, Bill Trezevant from Washington, D.C., Jim Eade with the Eade Foundation, also author of Chess for Dummies, sold over 1 million copies. Okay, Alexander Starr with Chess Stars Investing for Sasha, and Shaquille Latmer, our hedge fund manager out of Australia, giving us the Australian view of the world. And of course, Kim Calhoun, our senior executive at IBM TV. So thank you all for coming. And
I got promoted, guys.
You did. Yes, we'll see you on Business and Economics Monday next week. And let's get our plane.
Hey, boss.
Just